and Himanshi and Harneet for all the work that they put in to put this conversation together. I hope you go back from this conference having learned something new. We'd also like to thank Walmart, Meta, Amazon, and Mozilla for the support. And I'm thankful to CCG at the National Law University, Delhi, CIS India, and the Advertising Standards Council of India as our partners for this discussion. In case you haven't already, please register separately for a workshop on privacy preserving advertising on the 11th of October. In PrivacyNama 2022, we've taken a different sort of approach where covering children's privacy, cross-border data flows, and of course, we will have sessions with data protection commissioners about what their life is like and what are the trends that they're observing in privacy. And we'll also be speaking with chief privacy officers of global companies to understand what their observations are on how privacy regulation is changing globally. But we've also got to focus on advertising and profiling in commerce. So we'll begin with a session that takes us back to first principles about why are we discussing privacy in this day and age. Globally, we're at an interesting juncture in privacy. Apple has stopped tracking third-party cookies, but it's building an advertising network for targeting. There are growing concerns about Chinese apps collecting user data and transferring it to China or hosting it in China. And that's not just an India-only concern anymore. We have regulation of the internet for children's access to data being released with last year. I think the age appropriate design code came out in the UK. There's a similar rule that's come out in California with a focus on verification of users. India, with the second largest number of internet users in the world, is back to the drawing board after, frankly, what was quite an awful bill from its Joint Parliamentary Committee on data protection, which gave governments more and more access to data. And governments, especially the Indian government, are collecting more and more data and forcing linkages. More recently, Aadhaar with the voter's ID card in India. In this environment, robust data protection legislation becomes all the more critical. But it's also important that we go back to first principles of consent, of purpose limitation, regulation for preventing harms, to ensure that data protection regulations and essentially give users more agency and don't just empower governments against platforms. It's my honor and privilege to invite our keynote speaker, Usha Ramanathan, who for many of us has been a guiding light for privacy in India. And she's repeatedly and consistently taken us back to the first principles of privacy and why privacy matters. And I hope that she'll do that again today as we prepare to participate in yet another consultation on data protection whenever it comes out. Usha Ramanathan works on the jurisprudence of law, poverty, and rights. She researches rights and speech on issues that include the nature of law, the Bhopal gas disaster, mass displacement, eminent domain, manual scavenging, civil liberties including the death penalty, beggary, criminal law, custodial institutions, the environment, the judicial process. She's been tracking and engaging with the National ID project in India and has written and debated extensively on the subject. She's also been writing and debating on issues of technology and the human condition of freedom and liberty over the years. She's been a regular speaker at various universities and been called on by the National Judicial Academy in Bhopal and the Delhi Judicial Academy to address judges on various issues of law and poverty and on technology and the law. She was a member of the expert group on privacy set up in the Planning Commission of India, which gave its report in October 2012. She was a member of a committee in 2013 and 14 set up in the Department of Biotechnology to review the draft Human DNA Profiling Bill in 2012. She's also a member of the committee set up by the Prime Minister's office in 2013-14 to study the socio-economic status of tribal communities, which gave its report to the government in 2014. She's been on a series of committees on revising the vacancy law. She was awarded by Access Now's Human Rights Heroes Award in 2019. Usha, thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you, Nikhil. I will. Okay, I think my camera won't work till you release it. I will leave that for you.
The camera's not working?
It says that you have to open it up for me. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it.
I'm sorry, Harneet, if you could just look into this.
Yeah. Actually, I need to see your face. It's okay if I'm not. I mean, it doesn't worry me too much if I'm not seen. It's perfectly in keeping with the right to privacy, so it would be no complaints.
Sorry, I don't know how to fix this.
It's okay. Should I just go on anyway, or?
Ma'am, please go on. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. So thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, MediaNama. Thank you, partners. Because I really think this is a discussion that has to be a continuing discussion. We can't afford to let up on it. Because as all of us know, the speed with which the generations of technology emerge in our midst is so swift that sometimes you feel like it, it beats thought in, sorry.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Yeah, no, there were some things to finish. Yeah, so anyway, I'll just make another beginning. Because like I was saying, this is, the thing about privacy, when we first mentioned the word privacy, there was very little reaction to it. And actually the questions that arose around technology, one part of it was certainly privacy. But the core issue that many of us were concerned with when we thought about the way technology was developing, not technology itself. Like we said, technology seems to be neutral, but it is not, because it depends on those who control that technology. And we quickly found that from the excitement of technology, where we were the users of that technology and there were so many new things happening, the world was opening out to us. And in the middle of that, we found something creeping in, which was placing us at the center of the exercises, of the experimenting that was going on. And the first signs of this, of course, for us was when the UID project started in India. That's when I think we really noticed that there were ambitions that technology was harboring, which were way beyond anything that could produce excitement. So we needed to really think critically about it and try and understand it. And since then, we found that there are a certain set of steps that seem to get taken. For instance, it starts with digitization, which to many of us seemed like a good thing. And even today, I would say that there are large parts of digitization which are extremely helpful if it is not succeeded by something that converts that digitized document into something else. So we found that following upon digitization, we had the ID project that came in. And the ID project was expressly intended to create multiple databases. It was intended to create ubiquity. It was intended, and with biometrics, it was also, it was expected, and as it did, use the whole population of India as an experimental zone where all of us could be experimented upon. And interestingly, even in 2001, when the Aadhaar 2.0 meeting was held, Mr. Nilekani said, there were people who were raising questions then because it was untested technology. He did not say because, people thought it was untested technology. He was saying because it was untested technology. And that's something that Mr. Ram Sevak Sharma also has said. So it's an interesting thing. And then, of course, what was anticipated also was that once you have all these databases, you'll have a convergence of all these databases. The number, while the UID database itself would not contain too much information, the number that would be generated from it would be put into multiple databases, and that would be creating the potential for converging various databases. So it meant that there would be a breaking down of silos of information that existed in various places and allowing for all this data to be converged. Then it automatically took us from convergence to two things. One was centralization. And along with centralization came the idea that the state would now be able to look at every citizen and make every citizen transparent to the state. So the moment convergence of all these databases happens, and the state controls that controls that process of centralization and convergence, then the transparency of the individual to the state would arise. And it was a strange time in which it was happening, because we were talking, civil society was talking and had worked at bringing the RTI in, the right to information. And the right to information was about making the state and those who held or those who shared state power, those with the wherewithal to be able to get what they wanted from the state, that they needed to be transparent. And so we had the strange thing that happened where in the first 10 years of this century, all the cases that were coming up, the huge cases of corruption that came up, had three sets of actors. It had persons in political power, it had bureaucrats, and it had corporate entities, corporate persons. So we had the Satyam case, for instance, which was very, very well known, well documented, books written about it. And for the first time, we were seeing powerful corporate magnates finding themselves in prison because they had, in a sense, cheated the system. So, and then we find that from there, and why Satyam is important is because they were also dealing with technology. They were dealing with the technologies which were later to become something else. And then you find at the end of that first decade, this gets inverted entirely. And they say that these three sets of actors, that is the political actors, the bureaucrats, and the corporates, they would now need all the information about the people so that they can curb corruption and leakage. It was the most unconvincing explanation that has ever been given for people to render themselves transparent to the state. So in the first, and then of course, it went on to what centralization would do. Centralization was very clear at that time, would produce surveillance structures of various kinds. It was also clear that with the collaboration that was happening between business interest and the state, this would also result in a lot of commercialization of the data. Now, for many of us who grew up in the era where the various resources that were being fought over, where pitched battles were happening and huge resistance, even the battles were, of course, non-violent battles, but there were people being battered for non-violent battles in the field, where things like land were being taken over in the interests of, in the project of development of the state and the project development that the state was espousing. And then there were minerals, there was water, there was air, rivers, you name it. All these resources were getting diverted, they were getting diverted to other causes. I mean, the classic one is forests, where we had 23% of the land mass being reserve forests. And then you had the center saying, now we are taking over the decision making of which of the forests can be diverted for a non-forest purpose. So the forest was no longer a forest. The forest was something that the state held so that it could divert it to a non-forest purpose. It's something that we continue to see happening today. Naturally, there was a lot of agitation about this. Between the 1950s and the 1980s, the whole conversation shifted from land acquisition, for instance, to mass displacement. Now, all these movements had made it very difficult to just dislodge people, to take away the rights of people. It was happening, but it was happening while people recognized what the losses were. The interesting thing about technology was people didn't know what a loss would be if technology was going to get into their lives in various ways. So for those who were coming into it, like people like me who basically entered the technology zone from a completely different, from a rights perspective. For people who came into this, like I work on law and poverty, and I was told that this ID project would be giving persons in various states of poverty, it would be giving them an ID with which they could get what was their due. Naturally, the interest in this was great. And I must say that the earlier time that we had a certain apprehension was when the voter ID was brought in. And they said, we're going to give every person a voter ID. And there was a certain amount of anxiety because many persons in many states of poverty live on the twilight zone of legality. If we sit down and analyze how a person can be legal, we'll realize that if you don't have the wherewithal, it's very difficult to be legal. I mean, just think about something like a jugi in a city area. A person who lives in a juki would find it impossible to cough up the kind of rents or that are needed month after month after month. They wouldn't be able to find a place to live. By necessity, they are illegal, and the law renders them illegal. So we've seen these processes. So when it came to technology and they said, we are going to help them get their benefits, we were curious and we were interested. But then looking at what, very, very soon it became clear that this was the explanation that was being given so that the project would surge ahead. And the three words that were very significant in the first meeting that I attended, the second meeting with civil society that was organized, was unique. And I must say that we thought at that time, when they said they're going to use biometrics, we thought they meant making it unique by the use of biometrics. But actually later, of course, it became clear that it was about producing every person being uniquely identifiable by a number. And when much later, it came to the point where they were talking about presencelessness, that, you don't need to be present, we realized how important that number was, because the person was displaced and the number took their place. Because it is what that number carried with it that was of interest to both, especially to those who had a commercial interest in this. And the second word, after unique was ubiquitous. And this was there in the early documents of TCS after the Kargil war. It was there in the Wipro document in 2006. It was there when Mr. Nilekani took over the UIDAI, where they were talking about ubiquity, saying that the best way to get everyone to adopt it is by making everyone have to put their number in every database. After all, everybody will be interacting with the state somewhere. Just get them, if they have to put it in, then it becomes impossible for them not to enter the UID system. Now, all these should have made our antenna rise so high that it couldn't just escape unnoticed. And it did happen that, many people did not just wake up to it, but were extremely conscious of what this meant. And the potential that it therefore had for undoing all those democratic processes that had led up to the Right to Information Act. The kinds of things that were seen right from the beginning as being impacted. One was the question of citizenship. We have one of our leading constitutional minds, Kannabiran, KG Kannabiran. He used to tell, he's written and he also used to explain to many of us that citizenship is not something that is just invested in you because you've got a constitution or because somebody says that you're a citizen. Citizenship is fought for. So the move that you make from being a slave to becoming a subject, and from being a subject to becoming a citizen, each of these is a huge move. And then when you achieve it, if you do reach that point where you are a citizen, you have to work really hard to make sure that you don't lose it. Because there will be a temptation among many to keep undermining the idea of citizenship, because citizenship is about the rights of people. And this is always in contest with the power of the state and the power of what Justice Bhagwati years ago called economic centers of power. So, this was one of the things that we were all concerned about. What does it do to the idea of citizenship? What does it do to the relationship between the state and the citizen? The second thing that was that worried many of us was that, the targeting of the people in the first instance so that it could get legitimacy was people who would not be able to resist the state. People who require the support of the state, and they need it, whether it's PDS or NREGA, See, these are people for whom the system doesn't otherwise work. And therefore, the system works for you and me. It doesn't work for people who are getting left out of the system. And we see more and more of them emerging as, even as these economic processes are underway. So now for these people, who are already being sidelined by the system, what we used to call marginalization, till we realized that, in a notebook in school, we drew margins. It was always it was a thin margin. It didn't occupy all of the page. But now we find that the margin has expanded and it's moved into more than, half the page. And therefore it's difficult to call it marginalization, but it's just a word that's being used, and we just see an expanding margin come in. So this, if you're seeing people in this condition being told that you've got to get onto the system, how will they resist? I mean, if you're told that if you don't do it, we will not give, you won't be able to access your food, you can't get work, you can't get scholarships, you won't get old age pension, you won't get disability support, you won't be able to get out of manual scavenging, because unless you're on the system, you're not going to get any support of the state. Then, the state, and this is, one of the fundamental things with which we work, that the job of that the Constitution gives the state is to preserve and protect and expand the rights of the people. The job of the state is not to control the people. It is to expand freedom. It is to expand liberty. That's why we have the state. Nobody is going to vote for a jailer. You vote for someone who keeps you free. So even right from the beginning, it was very clear that what we were looking for was something that will expand the rights of the people. Now, if this system is going to say, and right from the beginning, it was clear that they were saying, if there is no compulsion for you to have a UID, but if you don't, it might help you. If you take a UID, it might help you to get, to reach your entitlements. But any system can insist that without this, they won't provide you with the service. So we noticed at that time the emergence of the mandated citizen, that you can call yourself a citizen, but you don't have choice. It's not just about consent. It's also about choice. You don't have a choice to decide whether you want to share certain things with the state or not. And the state has always been seen as a custodian of our information. It's not an owner of our information. It is someone who works for us in sovereignty. In constitutional sovereignty, we are sovereign, and the state works for us. So when that gets inverted, there are problems that come in. So these were very, very clear indications of what was to come. So I don't think we really had very much doubt about it. Now, initially, therefore, for the first 3, 4, 5 years after the project started, it was about the relationship between the state and the people. There were concerns about untested technology. There were concerns that, we were bringing in technologies from countries where the companies were linked with the security establishment of those countries. For instance, L1 Identity Solutions was closely linked with the CIA. Of course, now recently we read that Google has people walking in and out of the CIA in Google. So these are technologies that, we've always known that Google basically started its whole business with the support of the DARPA. So, but we are looking at, Accenture, which was working with Homeland Security, L1 Identity Solutions, Safran, which is very close to the French government, where the French government has shares in it. And we didn't have any indigenous biometric providers. So we were adopting these providers. The government didn't even have, they didn't even have the source code. And they were talking about using these companies to enroll all of us, to deduplicate all of us, and to maintain databases on all of us. And the contract that they entered into went way beyond. They said, not only do you do all this, but you can keep it for up to 7 years. The contract is for 2 years. They said you can keep it for 7 years, and you can carry on, you can do whatever else you want with it. So and now, of course, we saw recently that the Comptroller and Auditor General's report comments very sharply on how the biometric service providers actually didn't perform the way they should have, and yet they were never penalized. They have been treated with kid gloves. None of this is openly spoken about. In fact, very interestingly, when there was an RTI that was filed, and they were asked, the UIDAI was asked, how come you're deploying these companies which are foreign companies and which are associated with those security establishments? How come you're bringing them into this country? And they said, oh, we didn't have any means of knowing that they were foreign companies. We asked them if they had offices in India. They had, and that was the only criterion we had to fulfill. So we've known all along that this is not a project that is just an ambition of our state or of some corporates in our country. It is a much wider engagement with what is happening globally. So we needed then to start learning how, sometimes they say, follow the money. But it's not always the money that you have to follow. We found that you follow the power and you follow control, you follow the interest. Therefore, you have to look at various kinds of things. And all of these were about how we are known to various other people, various other entities, including other states. Maybe one of the things that should have woken us up really early to privacy was Edward Snowden. In 2013, June, he walked out and he said, listen, the NSA is doing things that no one should happen. He was speaking to the American public at that time, but since he's spoken to all of the world, and his thing is that you should know that there is the state which has a secret court made from a secret law with secret orders, which are carrying out secret judgments. And they hold, it's like mass collection of information about everybody. And what did the American state say when they were caught out? I mean, apart from vilifying Edward Snowden, who is a hero for many of us. Apart from that, what was it that the American establishment was saying? They said, well, actually, we don't do it to Americans. We only do it to foreigners. And even that didn't wake us up. Even when our government said that, no, it's all right. I mean, Ecuador was getting furious. Germany was getting furious because their leadership had been caught up. We were saying, our government was saying, it's okay. At least they help us with terror. If there is some terror activity. So it's all right. Let's let it pass. Now, this is the kind of compromise, unexplained compromise. So where did they help with terror? Where was terrorism stopped? Nothing known. But this is some kind of a diplomatic back channel, which as people, we know nothing about, but it's our data and our lives that are being laid bare to some entities whose interest is not us. I mean, whose interest is not our rights and our welfare. So these are things that woke us up to many of these things. It was also interesting that at the time that this started, since the time this project, the UID project started, we've had 3 attorneys general, each of whom has said privacy is not to be bothered about. So when we had Mr. Vahanvati and, because there were questions being raised, questions were sent to him for being answered about the project and, the UID project and privacy. And he said, no, it's being just one line. It's being implemented properly, so there is no concern of privacy. Then you had Mr. Venugopal, who before he became the Attorney General had already said, and he said, my clients, which was Center for, which was that? Anyway, I'll come to what that is. It's not really, that was a civil society group that was brought on board so that they could say that they like the UID project, but they were not taking a position against the right to privacy. But Mr. Venugopal took a position in court saying, my clients are not asking for this. I am advising the court, don't recognize the right to privacy. And then you had Mr. Mukul Rohatgi, who came later to fight against the right to privacy, saying, well, if this is what you want, you can go to the Himalayas. Of course, he didn't realize that the Himalayas, large parts of the Himalayas are a part of India. And therefore, even if you go there, you can't really escape the kind of, the lasso that was being cast on each person. Now, we find that after that, so in 2012, we started thinking about privacy, but it came from the government. The minister said, we have the UID project, we have a DNA profiling bill, and then we added on to it the National Population Register, the rules that came under the citizenship rules, and the Collection of Statistics Act, which was, the earlier one was repealed and the new one was enacted in 2008. If we take a combination of this is the first time in 2003 is the first time that people are told, if you don't reveal yourself to me the way I asked you to, we can penalize you. telling a citizen that I will penalize you because you will not give me information about yourself that I wish to have is an extraordinary thing for a state to do. Now, while we were still thinking that was extraordinary, they actually, like all of us know, they went to the court, the Supreme Court, and said, well, actually, people in this country don't have a right to privacy. So it's also interesting what came with that. There were people telling us that, Indians don't care about privacy. And we said, and how do you know that? They said, look, Indian languages don't even have a word for privacy. Many languages don't have. And what we found wherever we went was that people were finding words which would explain privacy. Why? Because till you lose it, there are many things you don't need to worry about. It's there. And if you look at what happened before the Ipf committee, which gave its report in 2012, we find that systematically privacy had been, after the first 2 decades, in the first 2 decades after our constitution, the Supreme Court was still treating rights as narrow and state power as much broader. But from 1967, that changed. And in 1967, the court categorically shifted out of that and said, it's the rights of the people. And what the state can do is limited by the rights of the people. So it's not power of the state and what is left over being the rights of the people. It's actually the converse. And after that, the idea of privacy shifted. So we find that, just to give some illustrations, you'll find that when they talk about surveillance, there are limits put on the kind of surveillance that the state can launch, even on a person who's a suspect. Forget about mass surveillance, because the new technologies that are producing various projects are all about mass surveillance. But there they were talking about, surveillance of a suspect. Then they talked about, who is the person who can claim that it is private to me and therefore you can't publish something about me. They said, if you're a person in public life, which is very close to what the RTI said. If you're a person in public life, you've been doing things in public, you cannot say that someone shouldn't write a book in which you feature and that you will have the book censored. This is the Rajgopal case. That you'll have the book censored because, it says something about you. They said it will be published. You can challenge it. If you think it's defamation, go under the defamation law. But you can't have pre-censorship. Not when you're a person who's in public life. Just look at the shift that has happened from people in public life to the idea of information and data in the public domain. The information and data in the public domain comes when we are compelled to part with our information. So the idea of choice gets thrown out of the window, the idea of consent gets completely warped. And then we are told, oh, it's already in the public domain, so it's no longer your information. It is, it's public data. So, and then we came through to Selvi. Yes, Nikhil.
We are living in an environment where we're constantly having to trade our data for services that we receive. But at the same time, for many of those services that we receive, and I'm talking about digital services, for example, if I want great recommendations of music, then I need to share data about what is the music that I have been listening to in order to receive better recommendations. If I need myself to be tracked on a Maps app for it to understand what is my preferred mode of transport or what is my preferred route, so that it can recommend the routes that I would ideally want to take when I want to get from point A to point B. There are benefits that also accrue from profiling in the digital age that we trade our data for. How do we ensure that this sharing of data isn't misused? That our privacy isn't necessarily like, where do you find a balance between our willingness to share our data for benefits at large, and then preventing it from it being misused against us?
So, Nikhil, I think you've dealt with perhaps privacy by design much more than I have. But I do know that privacy by design, first principle, we are talking about privacy and technology. The second question, which is what I would have come to next, is this idea of innovation. that we are innovating and rules should not stifle innovation, and therefore allow us to do whatever we need to do and make rules around it. Now, when you look at, for instance, this GPS is a classic example. I remember, somewhere in the middle of the knots, between 2000 and 2010, there were discussions that were happening which were on the net, which seem to have vanished now, where people who were dealing with this technology were saying, how do we convince a government that if we are going along the coast, if we are going along the rivers, if we go to cantonment areas, there are different places which have been designated as security zones, where they will not allow you to place a camera, where you can't take a photograph, even if you're going over that in the air. How do we make that change? And we find that in no time, something that would normally have been controlled by the state becomes something that is allowed for private enterprise to adopt. So the question in this is not only about GPS, it is about who controls, in whose control is the GPS, and then what kind of protections are given. For instance, you show me the route and erase the data immediately. Destruction of data is a very normal thing if you feel that people's rights need to be protected. But we don't allow that to happen. Yeah.
No, but then collecting that data about the routes that we prefer. For example, the food that I order online, so that it can recommend food that I might like. That collecting that data and profiling me with respect to that data is critical to making the correct recommendations or useful recommendations. So there is utility in profiling as well.
But Nikhil, if I can just come in for a minute. The thing is about that, which is why I say everything is not just about consent. It is about choice. And in rights, in fundamental rights jurisprudence, you have to come back to this. And this is something that give me a minute to talk about, because it's, I think, the most significant thing that's happened in this whole time, which is about waiver of fundamental rights. The idea that you can waive your fundamental right and say, it's okay, for convenience, I'm willing to allow for my right to be waived. Now, there are rights that cannot be waived. There is beyond a certain grade, you can say, it's a transaction between two individuals, that's fine. Nobody else comes in the way. But when you do businesses which are going to ask for a waiver of your fundamental right, then the way in which that business is run will have to be reworked so that the fundamental right is preserved. If there is no fundamental right in most of our things, when you say first principles, there is no right left and there is no convenience or efficiency left. Because it's also, for instance, I remember Mr. Jagmohan saying once that people who enter Delhi, because there were too many slums all around and many of them don't have work, he said, when they enter, they should be surveilled. They should be asked if they should be asked to establish if they have a house or, a place that they can rent in the city. If they can't, they should be kept in camps. And then they will be allowed to leave those camps and go into the city only when they have found a job or when someone is, going to help them get that. And they can establish it. That is not a life that the Constitution permits. We can say, I don't want, like I say about speech, we have we have a right to speak, but we also have a right to remain silent. We don't have to speak. But when you say I'm waiving it, it means I'm giving up that right. You don't have actually constitutionally the right to give up your right.
So are you saying that profiling is a violation of my fundamental right to privacy?
It could be.
Or are you saying all? So then that's the thing, right? We are. So where do you draw the line? Is my question.
Yeah, that is the question. It's not your question. It is the question. But what is being done now is we're being told there are no lines. The lines will be drawn after the technologies have decided what they want to take out of you. And then the line will be, which is what happened with the UID. They started in 2009. In 2016, they said, okay, we'll draw it here. Then the Supreme Court redrew it for them. 2019, they redrew it for themselves. And then they've carried on like no lines exist. So we also need to remember, see, as law people, which is why the next point in mind was about national security. Right. When we say privacy, very often people will ask, why do you want privacy? What does it mean? Does it mean you're doing wrong? And it's, this is a way of turning it around to say that, well, you have to explain why you have a right, which is a fundamentally flawed approach. I have a right, whether I like it or not, Whether you like it or not, whether I use it or not, I have that right. But the right of the individual is very, what is national security? It's not just territory. It is people. So if you're going to create all these databases, make convergence so simple, and you have, how many in the group that we are today believe that it is possible for something to be electronic or digitized and that it can never be breached? How many people believe that? And how many of us
always be breached?
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a 100% secure system.
Exactly.
We know that.
But it's also this, that unlike other resources, data is one resource that even when it is stolen, it remains where it is. So you won't even know it has happened. And in a time like now where, we know what is happening in the Russia-Ukraine war, how much technology is being used to do various kinds of things with it. And in that midst, the state policy is taking a certain position about China, taking a position about Pakistan, taking different positions about different people, and then expecting that this is all going to be benign, peaceful, nothing the matter. It is actually putting every individual at risk. Does a state have a right to do that? I think we need to ask the hard questions. These are not the softer questions of, can the Uber man hold my data or not, and what it will do? That has to come within the harder questions that need to be asked. And personally, to me, I can say this, that I really believe that any technology that is going to be invading the lives of people, it requires a moratorium. We think of the license Raj as having been terrible, but we know that, even the little that has been made public and some battles that can be done on the environment have happened because there are some checks and controls. Now you say that there will be, I'm a genius, I've thought of an idea, I'm just going to put it in the midst of people, never mind what it does to their lives or to national security. That's a very strange place. Let me just give one more example. Take health data. There's such an eagerness to collect everybody's health data, to give everyone a health ID.
Without consent.
Without
consent. It was.
Well, Mr. Sharma says that it was given with consent because, he thinks it's consent. Whatever, they're openly talking now about digital economy. They're not talking privacy. So when they say, and I was shocked that in Aadhaar 2.0, you had Mr. AP Singh and Mr. Ramsevak Sharma on a panel on boosting a digital economy. And they were saying that, so Mr. Sharma was saying, for instance, that privacy, privacy, court has said it's there, but privacy can't interfere with functionality. What is that even? Functionality is not my fundamental right, nor is it yours. Nor is it, nor is it of the person who's wanting it. Whereas privacy is a fundamental right. Learn to respect it. So what we are seeing when we see the debates around privacy is not just about privacy. It is about what it means for a state to respect the rights of people, but also to respect the law. A state that refuses to respect the law and a technology that says that the law is an obstacle in its path and therefore needs to be set aside, that's the place where we are having to debate this question called privacy.
So we have a situation where there is a state that clearly doesn't respect the law. We have companies that also don't respect the law, and in multiple countries. And what we're seeing is an increase through centralization and digitization, an empowerment of the state and of companies taking place at an unprecedented scale. What do we do, or what's the recourse available to give us citizens and users of technology, for example, agency back and control back over our data?
Nikhil, the difficulty that I have in answering your question is that I have now met many, many people who don't want to change any of their technology habits, but want the rights to remain. I don't see how that is possible. If you see, if you offer yourself as a customer first, and if you think convenience is greater than freedom, then it's very difficult to find an answer to your question. And if there's one thing that this country has shown us, and it's, Gandhi was a great one for telling us why it was important. It is that the only way sometimes to explain to people, that it's not going to happen is through non-cooperation. And what we do is we cooperate on the creation of data, we cooperate on taking whatever technologies are offered to us, we sign on to everything, and then say, can our data be, how are we going to be protected? These two can't sit together. Citizenship means taking responsibility for what is happening. It can't be done by being a good customer and then asking, this doesn't mean you don't use technology.
But
it just
in many
means
cases,
that you use your mind.
But you also have a problem where, like we've discussed, usage of many of these services is voluntary but mandatory to live in a particular manner that we do.
Yeah, but how does it happen?
How do you get what changes perhaps need to be made in terms of giving agency from a legal perspective?
See, it's like the word empowerment. I find the word empowerment very, very troublesome, because nobody can give you power. Someone who has power will not give you power, and someone who doesn't have power has nothing to give. When you say agency is something that we assert. And agency requires all that I'm saying. If somebody tells you, you either do this or else, and you say, you either link your bank account, your UID with the bank account, or else I'm going to freeze your bank account, then out of fear, if you're just going to walk in and say, Arey, what do I do? Then there is no agency. We are not asking for agency even.
Right. In that case, non-cooperation is the only solution.
It is one solution. It is definitely one answer. We have to find many more. See, that if technology innovates, we can't bank on non-innovation. We have to innovate too. So, for instance, the idea that you don't use, like they said, they give you a UID number, and then you never use it after that. You forced to use it once, you took it, then you can't opt out. That should tell us something, no? You can opt into a system, you can't opt out. And it will be used in any way that they want. Look at what the voter ID election commission is saying. Do you have a UID? If you do, then link it. If you don't, it's all right.
So what are they saying? Most people have already been forced to get.
That's what they're playing on. And we are sitting here and asking the state that they should, follow the constitution and abide by it. It's not going to happen.
And you also have booth level officers going and getting people to link, while the agency itself is saying that it's not mandatory to link. Whereas that's what the booth level officers who are ill-informed are themselves getting people.
Nikhil, actually, I want to say something a little different from this, and it's been bothering me for a very long time, so I'll say it now. See, when the Supreme Court judgment came, that judgment said everybody else has some right to privacy at least, but the poor have none. Years later, Justice Sikri, who authored that judgment, said that, we have trusted you. He told the UIDAI in that Aadhaar 2.0 thing. He said, we trusted you. We thought you will act in a way where we don't have to feel that we did something wrong by giving you the judgment that you wanted. He actually says that. I mean, please go and listen to it. And then he says, that privacy is an extremely important thing. If it works out that the dissenting judgment by Justice Chandrachud, if that works out to be what has actually happened, they will be dark days for this country. And what kind of decisions were made then? Why have we kept so silent? I'll ask you one question. After the UID judgment, how many people went and got disconnected, de-linked their number from their bank account? How many people went and de-linked and told the mobile phone, whoever's the agent is, to erase that number and to put some other KYC? How many people even did it? Well, laziness never produces rights. We can't be lazy.
Not just laziness, right? You also had the forced linkage of your bank of your Aadhaar with your PAN number, and your PAN number is already linked to your bank account. So
no, your PAN number is, at least that was by law. So we have to fight it in the law. Right. Here you were specifically told by the court, this is wrong. You should never have done it.
Then no one went and
How many people actually went? So forget about non-cooperation. We are like fully cooperating and then not going back to it at all. There is no point, like I've been saying since then. We got an excellent privacy judgment. But it's up to us as citizens to use that judgment. They've given us a declaration. How do we use it? The first thing we should have done was to see what all are not permitted. go and disconnect yourself from that. I don't know of anybody who did that.
We have two questions. One is from Sweta. Do you think it's time to move away from the control over data narrative to something that is more top-down, more on the lines of fiduciary and loyalty obligations on the data collectors and processors? Such a top-down regulation would probably be the first step in ensuring that the option of giving away a right in exchange for a better product does not arise. Of course, this would require a very independent and proactive regulator.
See, the one thing that I would, I think we need to discuss it more with Shweta. But the thing is that one of the places where we've completely not made any headway, and we haven't even worked enough, I feel, is on what is allowed to be collected. Today, we say collect it and then keep the data safe. If you look at the data protection law, it nowhere says collection can't happen. It just says once you've collected, you keep it safe. And then they say once we've collected and it's in public domain, then it's everybody's. Once it is collected, then it can be transferred and shared with anyone at all. So I think one of the places which makes it easy to understand some of this, and we've had some discussions in different arenas on this, is the Criminal Procedure Identification Act of 2022. To my mind, it must be at the present moment one of our most unconstitutional laws. You'll have some, technical lawyers tell you that there is already a judgment that has been made which says that the right against self-incrimination is confined to what we speak, and therefore you can't challenge this. But actually, this is an Article 21 violation. Basically, they are saying you can poke a person, you can take what you want out of their body, you can make them give any kind of information by just arresting them. And in some cases, not even arresting them, just getting an order from a magistrate. Now, in all these cases, they're giving themselves the authority to collect any data, their bodily data from us. When the UID came in at that time, there was a report that was done by some of these big marketing people from the corporate world, who said that the one problem that they anticipated in the project is that when you tell people come and give your, iris and your fingerprint, now this is the kind of thing that only convicts have had to give. So they said people may resist it, but we know that in this country, nobody resisted anything. People stood in queues and went and gave their iris and fingerprints. So now you have this, 2022 law on identification. It is a test for us to see how much we think it is all right for a state to collect. What do you do when a state goes? This is a state going rogue. When you have something like this that's happening, the law, Parliament has allowed for systems which are not within the bounds of any kind of citizenship, any kind. So when Shweta is asking, I think it will be a good exercise to take this on and see what's done with it, because it's so egregious. It's not even as difficult as many of the other things that we deal with.
Rahul Tatria has a question. Who will decide the ethics of philosophy of innovation that is at the cost of fundamental freedoms? Can there be ex-ante standards?
See, this question of ethics came up in an earlier discussion we had on AI. And they were saying, don't even bring ethics into it. I actually disagree somewhat, because I think we need to have an idea of ethics, but we don't depend on the ethics of others. So if we are going to depend on the ethics of someone who considers themselves an innovator, and that's what's happened. I don't think all the people, some of the people who are in the UID project are amoral, and it's the same people who are coming into the other technologies and the technology adoption by the state. But not everyone is amoral. They actually think they are doing, something good. So the importance is for us to have ethics. And in that, I want to say one thing, that there is one core constitutional value that too many of us have abandoned or never had in the first place, which is fraternity. I remember the time in 2017 when the government had said mobile phone, bank, all of this, you have to add your UID number. There was outrage, but there was no outrage when there was somebody who died, a young girl, 11-year-old died because she hadn't eaten for 8 days, because they were not able to link their UID number with the PDS system. And I'm like, till we are outraged by that. Now, that constitutes ethics. So if we find ourselves in that fraternal space where everybody matters, then I think the way we think about technology, the way we think about how, what we do with it will come, the idea of ethics will change. There cannot be ethics which is only about how it will help me. That's not ethics.
There's an anonymous attendee who's asking, should the responsibility be on the individual? Many people just want to get on with their lives. Should it not be the responsibility and the accountability of the institutions? Shouldn't regulations be focused on that?
Yeah, it would be good if that happened. I don't think anyone should have to be fighting for their rights all their lives. I would agree with that. You only need to step in when you find that there are no institutions speaking up for you. Because if you depend on the institution which is not doing it for you, then we end up losing. So in history, this comes in cycles. So we are at a cycle now where people have to battle for their own rights. There will come a time, and then we create these institutions which will then start protecting it. And then right now we are not in a very comfortable position. I actually found one very interesting recent judgment which told me that the judiciary still has some interesting ideas coming out of it. And that's from the Calcutta High Court, which came on the 29th of September. On two people, it was a marital problem. One of them died. And it was about the WhatsApp messages that had been exchanged between the two, and what constitutes the private domain, public domain, and how much of this data should be allowed to go out into that, to various kinds of people, and how much of it can be constrained by Section 8 of the Right to Information Act. And it's actually a very interesting, engaged approach that the judge has shown. And I think many of us need to engage with what has been said in that judgment and develop on. There are things to be done there.
Sorry, I think either my connection is bad or yours is. I
Okay.
wanted to go for a second to the Puttaswamy judgment. You called it an excellent judgment. I was just wondering about whether that judgment did enough to restrict the powers of the state, and whether you feel that there was a bit of a cop-out with the kind and the number of exemptions to the violation of privacy that were included there, and what might have been a better approach. Sorry, could you hear me?
Sorry.
I think we're having a connectivity problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed your question.
So my question was, you talked about how we got an excellent judgment for the fundamental right to privacy. I was just wondering about whether whether you think it did enough to restrict the powers of the state, and whether it gave citizens enough agency, and or whether it was whether it was a cop-out, in fact, and not enough was done to restrict the powers of the state, and what would have been a better outcome?
Okay, so two things. One is that it was an excellent judgment. I still think it was an excellent judgment. And just let me know if you can hear me, because
I can hear you now.
Okay. Because what it has done is to really strengthen. I remember when I was part of the AP committee on privacy, we had
I don't think.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I think it's basically we have spoken enough.
Or maybe that one shouldn't be critical of the Puttaswamy judgment.
No. In fact, what I'll just quickly try and say what I was going to say, and then leave it at that, which is that the exceptions that were written into the into Justice Chandrachud's judgment, those exceptions, when you look at his dissenting judgment in Puttaswamy 2, you can see how, because he didn't know the context of the UID project, he ended up saying the things that he did. So in my view anyway, Justice Chandrachud has backed off from what he said as exceptions. And as far as the judgment itself is concerned, my take is that it's not about the court doing enough. I think we need to do very much more with it. It's a judgment for us, and we need to work very much more with it.
I guess all of us need to do. I guess all of us need to work more with trying to protect our privacy, whether it is using the agency that we have at our end in terms of the technology that we use and how we use it, but also in terms of helping others understand the contours of privacy and helping them understand that they need to fight for their rights to maintain and retain their privacy. Thank you so much for joining us, Usha. Really appreciate you taking time out. I'll hand over to Aditi for a discussion on cross-border data flows. Sorry, to Aarti for a discussion on cross-border data flows. Aarti?
Thank you, Nikhil, and thank you, Usha, for a really fantastic start to the conference. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I also am known to have connectivity issues at various points, so if you can't hear me, please let me know and I'll try and figure it out ASAP. So we're joined today by Arinderjit Basu, Sukanya Tatria, and Siddharth Deb for this panel on geopolitics, cross-border data flows, and essentially what we're trying to understand through this discussion is how cross-border data flows in particular are negotiated and deliberated at international arenas. This could be multilateral forums, or it could be free trade agreements, or any of the like. As we know, the international transfer of data between countries has raised sort of existential questions for states on who adjudicates over this data and how the privacy of it should be protected. And of course, those considerations then have impacts down the line on businesses, citizens, and rights. And I think as a developing country, India is no stranger to how international organizations can impact domestic interests. So understanding these modalities becomes very important in that context. In the case of why look at this from a geopolitical lens at all, why not just focus on how India is approaching cross-border data flows, how we're approaching it at the domestic level? Well, that's a fair question. There's no dearth of these provisions back at home. We've seen them reappear in multiple laws, provisions on data localization and the like. And there is a lot to investigate, and I think some of our panelists themselves have done that in various capacities over the years. But I think looking at geopolitics becomes important because it's not a distant cousin to domestic politics. It's directly feeding off of domestic politics, and it feeds back into domestic politics as well. So I think what we can learn through this session is what these international trends in tech policy can, and how India participates in them, how they can steer the future of global tech policy, and whose India's bedfellows may be as we attempt to do that at these fora. And I think it becomes even more important because India is also set to assume the presidency of the G20 next year. We're also going to be having a lot more to say on digital trajectories in the future with some of the world's most imposing countries at these fora. So it becomes important to understand where we're going, where we're at, and what we can expect. So yes, we're talking about cross-border data flows in this discussion, and that's largely what we're interrogating. But I also hope, and I think that's also how we conceptualize this panel, is that these discussions that we're having can provide us with the frameworks to think through geopolitical issues as we're investigating tech policy making. So it could be cross-border data flows, it could be any domain, so to speak. We want to essentially unpack why countries behave the way they do internationally, what interests are they preserving, and what impact can that have on differently positioned economies and states of digitization. So that's just a general overview of the panel. My name is Aarti. I'm a journalist at MediaNama, and I'm delighted to have a panel of three very, very astute minds in this domain who've sort of shaped also a lot of my understanding of geopolitics and data governance over the last few years. So up first, we have Arindrajit Basu. So Arindrajit is a lawyer by training, and he's currently a non-resident research fellow at the Center for Internet and Society. He currently researches geopolitics and the constitutionality of emerging technology. We also have Siddharth Deb, who is a program officer at the Technology and National Security team at the Center for Communication Governance at the National Law University, Delhi. His research focuses on international discourse at the intersection of technology law, geopolitics, cybersecurity, human rights, and the rule of law. And previously, he's worked at the Cohen Advisory Group, ESIA Center, and also as a policy and parliamentary counsel at the Internet Freedom Foundation. And finally, we have Sukanya Tatria. She's a project officer with the Technology and National Security team at CCG with Siddharth. And there, her research focuses on understanding the linkages between international trade law, emerging technologies, and national security. She also has a background in international trade law and has previously worked as a senior research fellow at the Center for WTO Studies, or World Trade Organization Studies, at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. So delighted to have the three of you here today. The same goes as it was for the last panels as well. If you have any questions, please drop them in the box, and we'll be having around 10 to 20 minutes of Q&A towards the end. So one thing that we've kind of understood through our discussions over the past few weeks while preparing this conference is essentially that while there's a very keen understanding of what the Indian government is doing and what Indian policymakers are doing on specific tech policy issues, how this feeds back into global policymaking and global deliberations on cross-border data flows is sometimes a little murky. The relationship isn't necessarily clear. So I'd like to open with Sukanya is essentially how do global fora, and I'm specifically talking about multilateral institutions here, how do they shape data flow arrangements between countries, and where do these discussions take place? What do they look like? And how do they influence everything down the line?
Thank you, Aarti, and I'll quickly jump to answer your question. So the cross-border data flow by its very nature are very international and international in nature. It has seeped down from the international forums also. So this is the most vibrant place where all the discussions around it is happening. But these discussions are not monolith. They're not happening at a particular negotiating forum, but it depends on sector, what are our interests, and some of it is taking place. If we talk about the economics of data flow, that is taking place within WTO and also through different RTAs, FTAs, and regional trading blocs. India is not really a very active member so now, but as of now, but it might change in coming future. Another set of discussions that are taking place are under UN and UN processes that are happening. And I'm particularly familiar with one set of discussions that are happening around Cybercrime Convention, where we're discussing about how countries can have a better access of this data, and how do we understand sensitive data, and how do we understand traffic data and how their access should be ensured, if their access should be ensured, and what limitations should be there on the legal enforcement agencies while sharing such kind of data.
And Sukanya, just a follow-up question on that. What has India's stance been, particularly at the UN, when it comes to accessing these types of data?
Well, so far the discussions are at a very nascent stage. So recently we have closed the third session of UN ad hoc committee discussions that are happening. But at the moment, we don't have a very definitive position on that. But recently, the discussion that we closed there, India maintained that they want to explore further on what amounts to sensitive personal data, what would be traffic data, how do we define content data, non-content data, so that we can further build on it and discuss on how its access can be ensured among enforcement agencies, or if there should be additional safeguards linked to that. But this discussion for now hasn't gained much traction. It might gain traction in future times. But as of now, a lot of countries are maintaining that these things, because they are inherently dependent upon how countries look at sensitive data. For a country, health data might be sensitive, or for a different country, it might not be sensitive. So one of the countries like Japan maintained that these should be completely be left to the countries to decide how they want to distinguish data. So yeah, I think I answered your question.
Oh, thanks so much for that, Sukanya. And you kind of mentioned that
You're not.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yeah.
So you had mentioned in your opening remarks that these discussions on cross-border data flows have actually trickled down from international fora. They need not necessarily be organic to domestic context. So I'd like to bring in Arindrajit over here. And I'd sort of like to understand how Indian domestic policies regarding these provisions on cross-border data flows, on data localization, are they designed and informed keeping in mind these international deliberations? And are certain ambiguities or certain kind of, is certain space left in our domestic laws in order to account for these deliberations that are happening at the international level as well? And, you know, changes that might come, as Sukanya said, because this is all quite nascent right now.
Thanks a lot, Aarti, and thanks, Sukanya, for that great intervention. Just before I get to this question, I think I wanted to just underscore something that you were saying earlier about why geopolitics, why we need to think geopolitically. And I think this is something that sometimes we tend to forget, is that the advent of the internet was itself, and the internet as we understand it, was essentially a geopolitical construct. When the internet came about in the 1990s, it came about in a particular country and at a particular geopolitical moment, the unipolar moment when the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union dissolved. American scholars, and I'm not just talking about internet policy scholars, but global governance scholars, saw the internet as this unrestricted avenue where freedom would flow from. And that understanding and conception of how the US viewed the world and its role in it as this kind of benevolent hegemon translated into how the internet and its conception evolved till about, I suppose, the major change was 2008 when we had the Chinese Great Firewall. So the internet and consequently data started off geopolitically, and therefore we can't but to understand the global power asymmetries, we need to think geopolitically. So I just wanted to underscore your point at the beginning with that kind of bit of historical context. Now, coming to how Indian law and policy engages with global governance forums. So I wanted to just again take off from something that Sukanya was saying about the provisions that are there at various trade forums. So there's RTAs such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. Each of them, so India is not a member of any of these RTAs. RCEP India was almost a member, and there were reports that indicated that India was okay with the e-commerce provision but opted out for other reasons. But each of these provisions, each of these agreements, including the one being negotiated at the WTO, contains exceptions. So these exceptions are basically on the grounds of public policy, or in the case of RCEP, there is an essential security interest exception. So the question is, so one is, before we even come to domestic policy, one is that we have to look at the question of why India, for example, hasn't signed on to the joint statement initiative of the WTO, which Sukanya was referring to. And the reason that is given publicly is that it is an illegal initiative because it doesn't, any initiative of the WTO has to take all members on board. This particular initiative only has 86 members as of now. But the other reason, and I think it's a fairly sensible reason, is that India wants to preserve domestic policy space to create policies for the digital economy. And I think that rather than thinking of how domestic policy is feeding into, or domestic policy is being impacted by these international negotiations, we're actually maybe a step behind that, where India is looking to preserve domestic policy space and consequently opting out of these negotiations as of now. I think maybe that's another way to look at it. But when we come to the fact that you mentioned there are certain ambiguities that exist in domestic policy and whether they are a good thing or a bad thing. One example, obviously, is this: in the 2019 bill, there was this idea of critical personal data, which the government could basically decide as and when it could notify as and when it feels like. And that obviously there is dangers constitutionally with giving government too much of any government too much of power. But the other way to look at it, and that's perhaps the more cynical, realpolitik way of looking at it, is that often the US itself, in terms of the surveillance powers that are gifted to its intelligence agencies, has a fair bit of ambiguity in how its domestic policy is crafted. So one could look at it idealistically and suggest that, designating or having this carte blanche power is bad. The other way of looking at it is that given that there is international pressure that will face, and in terms of ensuring that any policy comes within that exception, there is that room for maneuver which is needed. So one is a kind of more idealistic way of what is positive human rights lawyering. The other way is a more cynical way of looking at what international law actually has been, which is a tool to carry out politics. So that's, I think, how domestic policy has been influenced by this global conjecture. I'll just end here very quickly. I think that both these two factors, the global policy framework and domestic policy, when it applies to India, is still very nascent. So I think, it's possibly too premature to answer that question. The best example is the Indo-Pacific economic framework. So there was some calls made by US Trade Representative Catherine Tsai to actually look at cross-border flows, data localization, convergence on data protection and artificial intelligence. But that is a very nascent pillar. And of course, that comes under the trade pillar, which India ultimately opted out of because, and Piyush Goyal simply said that it's too early for India to commit to that trade pillar, but India will be an observer. So what's happening here is that you have global policy as it applies to India that is nascent. You have Indian domestic policy, including the data protection bill, that is still emerging. And therefore, I think rather than looking at how one impacts the other, it's more important to think of how India is using its geopolitical space and diplomatic space to carve out domestic policy space for itself. I hope that makes sense.
No, absolutely. And thank you for that excellent opening answer. We'll also be coming back to some of your comments a little later throughout the course of the session. And so that I'd like to kind of turn to you now. And, we've heard so far in the last 10 minutes that a lot of these deliberations that are happening are nascent, the laws are nascent, the frameworks are nascent, but the internet has been around for a while now. It might be young, but it's been around, it's entering 2 decades, which is probably as old as most of us. So, why is it that we're yet to see, despite decades of work towards consensus building on, say, treaties, why is it that we're yet to see a sort of global standard or benchmark when it comes to the governance of the internet, when it comes to cross-border data flows? Is it just, again, because these issues are so nascent, or is it also because you're bringing together 100 people with very different interests at the negotiating table? And again, this is coming back to the question of, we're trying to unpack and explore, how does geopolitics underline the kind of outcomes that these negotiations have or don't have, clearly?
Thanks, Aarti. That's a really important question. Firstly, I'll sort of touch upon a couple of points that Arindrajit and Sukanya were talking about. One is with respect to, of course, and your question hints at the advent of the internet, and the other element is, of course, about contestations about local or domestic policy space. So essentially, as Arindrajit was talking about, the internet is sort of a byproduct of a unipolar sort of international order, which is post the falling of the Berlin Wall. And in that sort of initial period of the global expansion of the web and the internet and the cyberspace, there was a push towards, and perhaps some of this is aligned with sort of where a lot of the thought, the thought leadership and knowledge creation was coming from, was a push towards multi-stakeholder forms of internet and cyberspace governance. Now, as that was taking place, there were also some discussions emerging essentially from Russia about proposals for an international treaty that sort of governs cyberspace and a lot of elements that come within it. But there was a lot of sort of pushback from the US, NATO, and sort of allied nations. Nevertheless, there have been discussions on sort of trying to build a normative framework for cyberspace. But at every juncture, whenever the concept of an international treaty came about, there has been a significant amount of pushback from a lot of the developed and advanced economies and markets that emerge from the US NATO group, and including states like Japan and Korea and so on and so forth. So as this sort of push and pull between whether there should be an international convention or a treaty that governs essential aspects of one element can be cross-border data flows. There has been a lot of movement in a lot of countries to try to like push forth. And this thinking has sort of emerged not from multi-stakeholder forums, but rather from states themselves on what are like certain values or principles through which data can be governed, and that includes the cross-border data, the issue of cross-border data flows itself. And because we don't have like a synchronized international understanding of what the value system should be, there has been a lot of contestability in this space. So what I mean by that is when we think about cross-border data flows, one line of thinking that sort of guides, like for instance, Europe's approach to restricting cross-border data flows is very much from the perspective of protecting its citizens' rights, which includes their right to privacy. And that has sort of guided a lot of the perspectives that emerge from the European Commission and the European Union and so on and so forth. Conversely, the value system that emerges from the US sort of talks about it much more from a couple of lenses which are native to that particular country. One is the free flow of information, which is guided by two pillars. One is the very absolute nature in which the US sort of looks at the freedom of speech and expression. And the other is, of course, free flows of information cater back to their own economic interests, given that a lot of large digital platforms and service and network providers emerge from the US. And at the same time, there is also a lot of pushback that emerges from, I would say, the Asian bloc, which could be, as well as the Sino-Russian bloc. So from Russia, you see that when we're talking about the flows of information in cyberspace and therefore the flows of data in cyberspace, it's a lot more through this lens of information security and information sovereignty to be able to give the government as much power as to where does data reside and what conditions can it exit borders, and if need be, when can the government access data? China is sort of a mix between this sort of information security doctrine that was originated within Russian intelligence agencies and its own sort of economic interest in being able to sort of export a lot of the services that emerge from the Chinese digital market and network, as well as telecom and ICT infrastructure providers that are there in China. And that's the broader global scenario in which India is sort of looking at cyberspace governance and even data governance from its own sort of unique interests and interests. So what I mean by that is it looks at data from a few different lenses. One is thinking about, and all of this informs a lot of its statements and engagement with multilateral institutions and even regional groups that both Sukanya and Arindrajit have talked about. And this is the last point before I conclude, is they look at it either as data is either an artifact of digitization, data can be a factor of production when it comes to economic activities, data can be viewed as through the lens of electronic or forensics evidence, where a lot of their interests cater to the investigation and enforcement when certain national security or cybercrime events take place. And the last is national security, which is through what networks is Indian data sort of flowing, and are there any risk vectors if suppose Indian data is circulating in a particular jurisdiction that perhaps the Indian government views as either unfavorable or hostile, etc. So I think all of this contestability stems really from the fact that we don't have consensus on what common value systems are that govern the internet, data governance, so on and so forth. And of course, happy to dive further as the conversation progresses.
All right, thank you so much for that, Siddharth. And I'd like to sort of turn to Sukanya now, because I think what underlies Siddharth's especially concluding points is essentially that this is a jurisdictional challenge in many ways that's being fought on an international fora where these boundaries are not supposed to be as strong as they are. So I think my question for you would be is essentially first to just dial back a bit perhaps and understand how have different countries, whether it's the EU, blocs, whether it's the EU, whether it's the US, whether it's China, Russia, how have they approached the cross-border data flow issue at different groupings? And do they approach it differently at specific institutions and differently at others? And then essentially, as Siddharth was mentioning, where does India fall on this spectrum? In sort of who's our company when we're looking at India's ideological stance on these issues so far?
So on the jurisdiction front, I'm not really aware if any very specialized discussion has taken place within the realm of trade negotiations, but at the United Nations Cybercrime Convention, there's some discussion, again, at a very nuanced, at a very nascent stage, so we don't have really a lot on that. But it's India's interest in this area on jurisdiction are rooted in its inability to access data elsewhere and the inefficiencies that are there with the existing MLAT procedures. And that's why India has, in its recent submission, has explored if we can explore an option of database jurisdiction, which is something relatively new in this debate, which would allow a country to get hold of the data which is located elsewhere. But it's very unlikely that this kind of obligation will get traction. This is because of the two reasons, because I have doubts whether how warmly this will be accepted among the other participating countries, and also this procedure also has some sort of representation from the multi-stakeholder companies, and we've been hearing their views also, and they are not agreeing. They do not really want to be made a party into these agreements because they're not officially signatory to that. So this is something which has happened in recent times in cybercrime convention. Other than that, on jurisdiction, I haven't really seen much submission from the side of developed countries. But I'm open to discussion if there are more questions.
All right, thank you, Sukanya. I just wanted to also switch to Arindrajit and sort of ask about your perspectives on this as well, in terms of how different blocs have approached the issue of cross-border data flows and where India would fall on that spectrum.
Yeah, great. Thanks. I think that's a great question. I'm going to be a little provocative here and actually say that I think it's difficult to think of global governance of the internet in terms of a permanent block. And there's something that you referred to in the second part of your question earlier, which is that countries negotiate at different forums differently. I think it's important to unpack that a bit. So let's start with trade. And trade, we already mentioned that there are certain countries part of this kind of juggernaut that's coming in terms of the e-commerce joint statement initiative at the WTO. That's being led by Australia, Japan, and Singapore. The US, EU, several countries are part of the negotiations. There are certain countries that joined reluctantly recently. So this initiative started in 2017. Indonesia, that is opposed to many of the things that Australia, Japan, Singapore, and the US believe, and actually is more, believes in some sort of restrictions on cross-border flows, joined the negotiations because they wanted to have a say in directly shaping the rules. So they are also part of this initiative. Japan is a key player because not only is it the convener of the WTO initiative, it is also in the 2019 Osaka G20, when Japan was the president, Shinzo Abe, the late Shinzo Abe, unfortunately, pioneered this concept of data free flow with trust, which India did not sign on to. So at the WTO, you have this one block. But at the same time, at other plurilateral forums, such as the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, and perhaps more critically, the Quad, which is a security-focused grouping that does look at data, there you have India partnering with Australia, Singapore, Australia, Japan, and the US, which are technically in a different block when it comes to the WTO. So when we think of the internet as kind of these three models between the US, where it's basically deregulated, the EU, which is individual sovereignty, and China and Russia, which is state sovereignty, I think that is a little bit simplistic simply because, I mean, the US doesn't fit into deregulating and the state stepping back, right? That is not the way the NSA functions. They are nicely conducting surveillance in various parts of the world. So, and again, with China and with the EU, there are ways to problematize this one narrative that has emerged. And I think India, the best way to characterize India is that it looks at which forum it is negotiating at and borrows something from each particular larger model. But why this kind of narrative on blocks becomes, or on models to approaching the internet becomes a little bit, I think, difficult for analysis, is that there are several countries that are actually doing things that don't entirely conform to a certain block. So take South Korea, which is very much part of the data free flow with trust initiative, and one would think on trade forums aligned with Australia, Japan, and Singapore. They have some pretty restrictive data localization measures. So, for example, they have location-based and land survey data that needs to be stored within South Korea. And the reason behind it is because they feel that if it crosses territorial borders, then there's a threat from North Korean intelligence agencies. So how do you fit this approach into a particular block? And they also have various procedural requirements for personal data being transferred abroad. So I think that rather than looking at it in terms of blocks, I think it's important for India, and that's where the Indian question comes into being, is that what are the interests that India is looking to further at a particular forum, whether it is the WTO or the United Nations, and what is the institutional capacity that India wants to invest in those negotiations, and to what extent can India, one, preserve domestic policy space, but also shape global standards in line with domestic policy space. And very quickly, just to end, I think what you said about the G20 presidency becomes really crucial. And I don't think we haven't actually got the chance to speak about it. That is really an opportunity for India to use evidence from domestic policy to shape the narrative on how we view internet governance. Not because India necessarily needs to create like a fourth block or anything like that, but because it's important to have experiences from the world's largest democracy to shape whatever narrative is coming about on global policy issues. I hope that kind of answers your question. And yeah, I'm also open to debate on whether we should start thinking about the internet or restart thinking about the internet in terms of blocks and models.
Do Sukanya and Siddharth have any responses to that provocation put forth by Arindrajit?
I mean, personally, I do agree that there's a lot of heterogeneity in the way that like individual states look at a lot of these issues. So I just think that in terms of when we're trying to think about common value systems or approaches towards governing cyberspace, there is some usefulness in terms of the fact is that at the open-ended working group process, which is one international cybersecurity process under the United Nations, the chair that is sort of steering that particular process has lent a lot of importance to what are developments taking place at regional and economic groups, and trying to see if there are certain common understandings which are gathering in those sort of aggregations and groups that can then sort of, once they're scaled a little bit, can then be considered at the UN to think about global approaches in governing cyberspace. And therefore, there's some usefulness in sort of trying to look at how these sort of bigger groups are looking at particular governance issues. I think the point that Arindrajit brings up about what can India do in terms of trying to steer the conversation on issues around data during its G20 presidency, I think that's a really, really important point to bring up. And in that context, I think given that this is an opportunity for India to sort of take a leadership role amongst really large economies in terms of setting standards for cyberspace, maybe they should think about, and this might be a slightly sort of adjacent sort of example, but under, for instance, aside from law and policy instruments, you should also think about sort of standards and certifications that emerge from economic actors from all countries within that particular group. So for instance, under the Asia Pacific Economic Framework, which is Economic Cooperation Framework, Apec, they sort of work together to develop a common privacy standard, which sort of industry picked up through certification, which is the Apec privacy framework, which has sort of scaled on a voluntary basis across economic actors in that particular block. And over time, the Apec certification conveys a signal of trust that there is a minimum level of privacy or protection that is accorded whenever data flows across those particular countries. It might be useful for India as it sort of looks at its G20 presidency to try and pilot out similar sort of exercises and see if there is some receptiveness for bottom-up sort of standards and certification frameworks that can eventually be scaled. And then we're talking about, like, with greater adoption, there's a possibility for greater policy consensus amongst these important sort of digital markets. So aside from law, treaty, and policy instruments, some of these sort of bottom-up sort of frameworks are interesting to look at. And I'd say that there is some value in sort of looking at cyberspace and data governance and sort of regional and economic coalitions, even though, of course, even within this, states have heterogeneities. So, yeah.
Nikhil, did you want to come in?
I had a slightly unusual question. And it's a tricky one. So if folks want to just think about it and then address it later, please do that. I'm just saying that at this point in time, there seems to be, we seem to be in an era of disagreements and lack of consensus regarding data flows. For each of you, how do you see this panning out over the next 6, 7, 10 years? So is there scope for a resolution of this issue? Do you see the internet being split in a sense across multiple blocks? If there is consensus, where do you see consensus coming in? So if you can just put your prediction hats on for, let's say, 10 years down the line, where we won't be discussing many of the things that we are today, what will we be discussing? Like, well, how do you see this issue at a global scale, at multilateral and plurilateral and United Nations fora getting resolved?
I might not have a very good answer to this, but from my traditional experience in trade forums, so this is not the first time when we have different players with different motivation coming to a common platform and bargaining among themselves. But previously, during when WTO was coming into existence, a lot of discussions were taking place for the TRIPS agreement that deals in intellectual property right and health. So the mechanism that were adopted at that time were giving more policy space to countries. So if at all countries agree and provide adequate policy space for each one of the countries like China or India to make its own understanding of how they want their digital market to come into existence, this may be one way. Another way is having a longer transition period that was given to both developing and least developed countries when this TRIPS agreement was coming into existence. So developing countries were initially, for developed countries, the agreement was enforced right after the agreement came into existence. For developing countries, there was some transition period of 5 years. And for underdeveloped country, it was 10 years and still being extended. So maybe we can opt for something like that. And another thing that I've recently come across was during the Cybercrime Convention, where now countries agree that they agree to disagree, and they know that this is not going to, they're not going to come to a consensus probably. So they are open to having reservations. So most likely in the Cybercrime Convention, and this will have some level of provisions on data flow also, countries have now a very sound agreement on the fact that they're going to have reservation, and countries may opt out from several provisions that they find troublesome, or with some provision that they're not comfortable with. So yeah, this may be one solution. Thank you.
Harindraji, did you want to come in?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So actually, this is one of the questions that I was hoping to look at for, whenever I do doctoral studies in the future. So I don't have a very clear answer. I have maybe some ways of thinking about this question. So first is that on trade, let's forget the other forums, but on trade, which is basically where legal obligations for domestic policy making come from, there will be there already is some level of convergence. And the evidence for that, for example, is China actually signing up to the WTO JSI. So China, which is basically ideologically at least opposed and part of another bloc, has signed up to the JSI and wants to join the Trans-Pacific Partnership because they fear that not being a part of these agreements and not shaping the standards will basically bear a market cost, essentially. So therefore, whether there are now, I think, 154 data localization policies, broadly defined, basically policies that restrict free flow of data in some way or the other. Those are unlikely to go away unless the market that influences policymaking says that this is not a sustainable way for the internet to continue to function. So even within India, there has been some reporting suggesting that because startups in India are not satisfied with data localization provisions, there may be some changes, at least in the ones that are mooted in the personal data protection bill. So on trade, there is likely to be some convergence dictated by what the market imperatives are. I mean, already seen countries, and I gave you two examples, both domestically and internationally, of how that's happening. The second point that I want to make, which I've been thinking about, is that there will, on any global governance issue, there is very rarely ever 100% consensus. The role of international law, therefore, and there is a lot of recent work on this, is that how can it facilitate conflict that allows countries to do business with each other on the internet. So there are various doctrines of international law, sovereignty being one of them that's been in the public light, that continue to be contested. There is no one definition of sovereignty that everyone agrees to, but it still is a tool that is regularly used by policymakers to shape discussions. So of course, China and Russia have a vision of sovereignty. India has posited a slightly different vision of data sovereignty. The EU has its own version of sovereignty. What has to happen is that this common language of international law, that is through sovereignty, and it's not just states, of course, there are actors which were referred to earlier, private actors and so on. How can mechanisms that shape the normative concept of sovereignty, how will that engage with the internet as we know it today? And how will the internet as we know it today evolve in response to this kind of I mean, I don't know how to, there will never be consensus, but kind of managed conflict on how the internet is to be governed. I think to hope that there will be consensus on the governance of the internet in 10 years is perhaps optimistic, but I still really hope that international law and the tenets and some things where there is uniform understanding of certain concepts can play a role for there to be mediated conflict that allows states and individuals to continue to use the internet beneficially.
So just to add another layer to this, there are businesses that operate at global scale and essentially provide infrastructural services, right? So, for example, you have storage services, you have just the internet stack as such. How does all of that get impacted with these modifications in geopolitical considerations? We know that, for example, Indian law and rules have already impacted VPNs in terms of many of them moving servers out of India and deciding not to serve the market. So are we going to, will we end up with a common minimum sort of agreement where countries are going to engage with each other, and the rest of it, like for example VPNs, countries will be free to do what they want, and therefore will we see the breakdown of an entire part of the internet going forward?
Siddharth, do you want to take that, or I can?
I mean, you can go ahead and I'll jump in. Happy to jump in.
Yeah, I'll try and be very quick. I think that's potentially one way of looking at it. I think the criteria, and this is again speculative, obviously, but I think the criteria is.
And Arindit, sorry to add to that, I'm also coming at this apart from the infrastructure side, right? I'm also coming at it from the point of view of this segmentation of data that India has proposed in terms of personal, sensitive personal, and there's undefined critical personal data in the draft bill. It just makes things very complicated from a business standpoint to be global, right? How does we'll have a very different internet anyways from now.
Yeah, and the question is whether that different internet is, I mean, broadly speaking, a better one, or to define it more specifically, one that works for the interests of the various actors that govern the internet. I think the criteria for looking at the first part of your question, which was that companies are simply not being able to do business in certain jurisdictions anymore. I think once that starts impacting states in terms of, I mean, whenever companies exit, there is always a business cost that states feel as well. Once that's, and which is why the most influential actor in this multi-stakeholder model is not civil society, but it is the private sector, right? So when the private sector, basically there is such an exodus that or the private sector feels that it is or the state rather, the state feels that the disinclination of the private sector to do business in certain parts of the world, that's when the states actually start opting for convergence and compromise. Even if we look at other global kind of governance regimes, and if you look at how, say, the sea naturally is the same, but how it's governed has really changed over the past 70 years because of the treaties that have come in. And that has basically been influenced by how states perceive their interests in the governance of the high seas, and to what extent, I mean, there is potential for coming to some sort of a consensus and compromise rather than opting out of global negotiation. So if enough actors feel that there is a certain vision of the internet, and that may not be the internet that we have today, but as you mentioned, possibly one that is like slightly splintered off, then that is what will happen. But if there are enough actors, and I believe that's probably the more likely situation, that feel that we cannot continue using the internet to do business, or users or a large number of users feel that we are not able to use the internet in the way that we feel we could, then there is a possibility for states going the other way. So it's all about how states are incentivized to negotiate. I firmly believe that this kind of entire narrative on values, and whether it's freedom on one side or sovereignty on the other, is basically a reflection of how the market and the voting population is telling you to negotiate. So I think that states are receptive to incentives on that front.
Should I come in?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Sure. So in my view, I think if we're trying to think about what are avenues for consensus when it comes to common value systems for data governance and cyberspace governance, we need to sort of engage with like 3 or 4 pillars. The first is, within the broader concept of sovereignty, we need to be very mindful, and I think we have been in the last few years, that the concept of jurisdiction, which is a subset of sovereignty itself, is being disrupted. I think the Sri Krishna Committee report even engages with this issue quite a bit in one of the opening chapters, where it recognizes that the initial sort of pillars of jurisdiction were based on concepts of territoriality, personality, which is where is the victim situated, and nationality, where is the sort of perpetrator situated. These kind of concepts are being disrupted in newer cyberspace, and a lot of it is also given the fact that like we have much more complex sort of factual matrices in which digital interactions are taking place, where users can be situated in like 2 different countries, whereas the evidence that a certain incident takes place resides in a 3rd country. And like for a company that is sort of complying with all of these different laws, there can sometimes be conflicting compliance requirements that arise. Now, in that situation where there are 3 to 4 jurisdictions where laws might be applicable, how do they decide which particular local law or policy that they must comply with? That becomes a really like difficult question for them to internally answer, and there are no easy choices per se. And I think in that is a useful context through which perhaps we can start thinking about why the Indian government is making representations at multilateral forums like the United Nations on the concept of data-based jurisdiction. And here I think both the concept of personal data, but also commercial or industrial data becomes relevant, right? Because if commercial or industrial data that emerges out of India resides somewhere, let's say the Netherlands, then it creates greater like latitude for that particular government, say India, to have jurisdiction about that on that commercial or industrial data residing in a server, let's say in the Netherlands or Singapore and so on. So we must sort of start contending at least that the concept of jurisdiction itself is being disrupted. I think the second thing to keep in mind is when states like India are trying to come out with local laws on the restriction of cross-border data flows, it shouldn't be, I think all states need to start, instead of thinking about it through a unilateral lens, think about the concept of reciprocity. I think that will become really, really important, because as we saw with the latest draft of the data protection bill, as much as it was rolled back partially because the US trade representative and US tech companies were unhappy with sort of the excessive compliances that were emerging, but there was also a growing voice from the Indian startup community about the potential costs that any sort of reciprocal policy in another country could create if there are restrictions on data flows of data flowing into India. Because at the end of the day, our IT sector and its continual growth is premised on the idea of data flowing seamlessly into the Indian jurisdiction. And you see very clear carve-outs that come out even within a data protection bill for our BPO and IT services industry to continually process data that comes from enterprise level clients. So the concept of reciprocity, I believe, would be essential to try and work towards common understanding on cross-border data flows. Third is, if we want real consensus at the international level, we really need to start focusing on the pillar of capacity building, which is developing countries must get some sort of institutional support and resources to help them develop the right kind of like domestic, to be satisfied with the level of domestic law and policy that exists, which governs cyberspace. And that includes data protection, data governance, and data flows as well. When countries like India and South Africa, when they make representations that we're not prepared to negotiate at this stage for an international treaty on digital trade, partially it is because they understand that there is a certain capacity deficit which subsists within our local institutions and laws. And until that capacity deficit is not plugged, to meaningfully form normative frameworks at the international level becomes really, really difficult. And in fact, it is in these states' strategic interest to sort of delay that conversation till a later juncture. The problem is that the later we wait, innovation sort of, as we know, Moore's law is always operative and innovation takes place in sort of exponential trajectories. So we need to keep in mind that capacity building, it has to be an essential element of any sort of international pathway towards international consensus when it comes to data governance. And the fourth thing is, right,
Go on.
And the fourth thing is essentially when we're talking about future frameworks where states come together to understand, to agree upon standards for cross-border data flows, concepts of trust, stability, security, and for India, they really should be talking about human rights and democracy and the rule of law, because that is one thing that they talk about in interstate dialogue when it comes to how can they replace China as a counterpoint in cyberspace. So if you're talking about democracy and the rule of law and human rights, your local laws and policies must reflect that. And over time, those are the sort of pillars, I believe, that can be like the beginnings of consensus, so to speak.
I wish that too, Siddharth. I'm just going to let, I think Abhishek has his hand up. I'll just ask him if he has a question, but I have a follow-up question as well. Abhishek?
Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. My query to Siddharth, when you're talking about reciprocity, it can only happen when you have the equal bargaining power. And equal bargaining power can come only with data localization. If I have the data that means you're saying that I have the data in my country and I want it to allow it to be flowed to the other country. The reciprocity can be there only with that means you're indirectly saying that there should be mandatory data localization within the each jurisdiction.
Hi, Abhishek. Can you just sort of clarify a little bit what the last question is?
Okay, when you're talking about the reciprocity, it can only come with the equal bargaining power. And the bargaining power for each country can come only when they have the power of data in their jurisdiction. If I'm not mandating a data localization in my country, I will have no data to allow the cross-border data flow to have a bargaining power. So the building on the principle of reciprocity is kind of saying that, okay, you mandate the data localization, but allow the cross-border data flow through principle of reciprocity.
Right, I understand. I think one way to sort of think about it is, one way to think about reciprocity is through the lens of what are the economic interests of the major actors that participate in digital markets within my own jurisdiction. So a rule of thumb could be, okay, how is the startup economy within my jurisdiction organically growing? Do they tend to, firstly, does my country have the capacity to be able to store the data that is being generated by the services and products that are supplied by people within India? Do I have that requisite capacity, or are startups relying on infrastructure and services which are situated in jurisdictions? Do they tend to, firstly, does my country have yeah. So essentially the point that I'm trying to communicate is that once we start sort of thinking about the issue through what are the interests of the stakeholders in my jurisdiction and not just what are the interests of the government, that can sort of start allow for negotiators and policymakers to try and craft a negotiation stance which equitably represents the interests of all stakeholders in my jurisdiction. And you have to keep in mind that if I take a measure that might harm the economic actors of another country, especially like ones where a lot of the digital economic activity emerges from, then what could be a countervailing measure that they could take that could stifle my own economic and development aspirations? So there's always sort of a balancing act, I would say, that governments need to make when crafting local laws, and also how they engage with state actors from other jurisdictions as well.
There's a question from an anonymous attendee. An open question to anyone who wishes to answer. What do you think is the potential of initiatives like the Global Cross-Border Privacy Forum announced by the US Commerce Secretary in April 2022 on multilateral cooperation in trusted data flows?
Maybe Sukanya, if you could open with that, if you'd like to answer.
I think I'll have to think a bit about this one. So I think I'll think about it. I'll get back.
All right. Arindrajit?
Thanks. I think any plurilateral or multilateral initiative, I think there is obviously value to it. I think, but what needs to be considered is why did that plurilateral initiative come about in the first place, and what can realistically be achieved given the domestic strategic interests and policies of the participating states and also the various business interests of other stakeholders that may be part of, especially multi-stakeholder initiatives. So I think, is an initiative useful? So that there's an example given, but there is, I referred to it earlier, the IPEF. What we need to look at is why the IPEF was created. Was it created to say, counter Chinese tech influence? Was it created to facilitate domestic policy convergence in the Indo-Pacific? Or was it created to do maybe 3 or 4 things? And if it was created to do 3 or 4 things, then is there enough buy-in from the various participants at that body? Sorry, I'd just like to go back to, Abhishek's question a bit, because I think he touched on an important point. One thing that I referred to earlier, which is that whether we like it or not, and we would like to, of course, think that there is, equal bargaining power. The truth is that there is one country and a group of countries that actually have a talismanic role, both in internet infrastructure, what Nikhil was saying earlier about, how the hardware is being developed, and also in terms of just where data centers are located. Most of them are still located in the United States. So there is definitely kind of an inequality, and that is why data localization is coming up in the first place, because the global system of cross-border data access is broken, and data localization is a symptom of that rather than a cause. It may not be a great policy, but that is why data localization, particularly in India, is coming up. So I think that is something that we need to engage with, and that links back to Nikhil's earlier question as well, because today's internet, yes, it stands for a number of values, but it still is dictated by a limited number of actors. So if we are looking at a different internet 10 years from now on, and if that is more democratic in the sense that there are a larger number of actors who play a role in governing it and developing the technical infrastructure, that's not something that's necessarily bad. So we keep on thinking about how the internet will change politics or how the internet will change sovereignty. What maybe we need to start asking is the opposite question: is how can politics and sovereignty positively change what we conceptualize as the internet? And I think that has happened over the years, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad question to ask. So sorry, I took both those questions there.
So it just leads me to the question about, in response to my previous question about what's your vision in terms of what things might be like 10 years from now. I'm just wondering about whether any country today has a clear vision of what it wants the internet to be like, or are we seeing local laws, including our data protection bill, essentially hostage to negotiations and more of a means of a negotiating tactic? What is it that we are preparing as a give? And therefore, what are we putting into our laws that might create a problematic environment for businesses here and global businesses operating here? But it's largely the geopolitical negotiations that are driving these considerations. Do we have a clear vision in India of what we want, or is it all negotiation?
Arindraji, do you want to go? I mean, my research tells me that a lot of the Indian engagement, at least when it comes to like cyberspace discussions at forums like the United Nations, is rather ad hoc in nature, and there hasn't been a lot of like sustained strategy insofar as what is India's outlook to an overarching international cyber governance framework. You see that even with, for instance, there's a lot of discussions at the UN on how does international law apply to cyberspace. And there, India's engagement is very often not particularly meaningful. It'll be along the lines of, yes, we should figure out what that common understanding is. And India's points are very like targeted insofar as trying to retain that policy space that both Arindrajit and Sukanya have talked about quite often, which is even as we're trying to figure out international normative standards, there should be space for countries to be able to pass domestic laws and policies which govern cyberspace and cross-border data flows, and that any such local law should not be a violation of a country's international obligations in cyberspace. So I understand we have a certain paucity for time, so that's my limited intervention. Arindrajit, Sukanya, please feel free to add.
Can I go?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so in respect to cross-border data flow, I think India has pretty clear ideas in respect to the sectors that they're dealing in. So in respect of Economic Forum, they have a clear idea that they want to hold the floodgates till their industry is ripe enough in their understanding, and they can make most of, and they can be thrown out open in the competitive market. At criminal negotiations that we are having on cybercrime, India is very clear that they want to get more access to data. They want to get better mechanism to for sharing of cross-border data, for better access with the legal enforcement agencies. I think the problem that we have right in front of is that all these negotiations are happening in silos. one ministry is negotiating with a particular mindset, and the another one has a different objective. Although these negotiations should happen with the specialized bodies, there has to be a coordination between the government to make a concerted effort on how they want to go about it. So having a piecemeal kind of approach in this area might not work. And although this is a very intense area, but still in a lot of ways, only a coordinated action among the different bodies of government can solve our problem.
Aarti, I'm out of questions.
So I actually do have one more, but I think we're running a little short on time.
We have a few minutes.
All right. So I think my question is just to bring it back to the future again and ask about the G20, because it's quite exciting to see India at the helm over there. And Sukanya just spoke about a need for interministerial coordination, a need for a certain coherence in terms of how we lead these summits. So just based off of whatever you've been reading, whatever gossip you have from Delhi, perhaps, how do you see, what can we expect from India over the next few months as it takes the helm in this case? What can we expect in terms of the directions that it takes on specific technology policy issues like cross-border data flows? And how do you think other countries in the grouping are going to respond to it? Anyone, feel free to answer.
Arindrajit, do you have anything to add?
No, you can start and then I'll add on after.
I think a couple of things about 2023 that I'm really looking forward to is that aside from the G20 presidency, I think India has also taken over the presidency of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And there's been quite a lot of discussions on concepts around cyberspace that have emerged from the SCO. So it'll be interesting to see how India engages with that particular presidency. When I think about the G20, I think the most interesting, and data flows specifically, I think the most interesting thing is that in 2019, there was the Osaka track and the data free flow of data and trust initiative, which India very publicly did not sign on to. And this is now an opportunity India to sort of take more of a in cyberspace should it choose to. And here it would be a good idea for it to at least start certain initiatives of trust and security where data can flow across borders over the next 12 months. That would be interesting to note. Although cybersecurity would also perhaps play a big role in the next.
All right, thank you, Siddharth. Sukanya, Arindrajit, any final comments on that one?
I don't really have much to add on it, but I think one thing that I would want us to look at that in addition to the G20 presidency and things that Siddharth explained, I think we should also look at how India is signing multiple FTAs, and that might also have a marked changes in our approach to data flow. And all of these agreements are being signed with very strong trade partners like UK, European Union, Australia, UAE. With UAE, we have already finalized. It's available on our website. Ministry on the Commerce Ministry's website. So I think this is something that we should keep track of, and I think this development will also have some sort of impact on how we are going to move ahead with the G20 presidency and what kind of demands are we going to lay out for the other countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll quickly come in, Aarti. So as I said, I think there are multiple things that India could do in terms of just evidence-based presentation of evidence-based research and so on. But I just wanted to say why India as the G20 president is uniquely positioned to actually take the next step on data governance and cross-border flows more broadly is simply because, again, of what Nikhil was saying earlier, that India has not really opted into one narrative of how the internet is governed and basically strategically looks at how one can negotiate at each block, UN cybersecurity, digital trade, and so on. And there are, in certain cases, there is a reference to digital democracy, in other cases, reference to data sovereignty. And I think the G20 itself brings together 20 countries that have varying levels of domestic policy evolution and also different ways of how they view the internet. So simply because India hasn't actually boxed themselves into one particular narrative, India as the president can actually play the facilitator where different ideas of how the internet is to be run in the next 10 years can come together. And by, of course, presenting the vast array of domestic policy experience that India has on cross-border flows, the RBI data localization directive is over 4 years old now. So what has actually been the impact of that and other similar measures in other G20 countries? That might be something that's interesting to explore without necessarily saying that this is the Indian way of running the internet. Because we don't say that, other countries may be more willing to engage. And what happened with the Osaka track won't happen, where India, which is a significant member of the G20, didn't actually sign on. So while the Osaka track was a success in terms of shaping the narrative, it was potentially one of the, negative things about it was that India didn't sign on despite being a key member of the G20. So it's an opportunity to bring actors together despite there being disagreements, which is why I think the G20 presidency is pretty critical.
All right, thank you. Nikhil, is there anything else? Okay, so I think that brings us to the end of this panel. Thank you so much, Arindrajit, Sukanya, and Siddharth for such an illuminating discussion. I certainly feel better informed about how geopolitics informs these negotiations and policy stances. So thanks a lot for all the detail and insight you brought in. Nikhil will be taking over for the next session on children and access to data online.
Thanks, Ati. This is an issue that I feel very strongly about. Children and their access to the internet is, I feel it's extremely important because it's a part of exploring the world, exploring new views, different views from what you've grown up with, accessing tools and services that perhaps help you learn and get started, in terms of how you engage with your peers and learn from them. As someone who's grown up with the internet and most of whose friends, are people who's met online, and many of them were people that I met when I was still in my teens and became friends with even before I met them. I'm a bit concerned about how regulation around children's access to the internet is taking shape, because at some level there isn't, and it's extremely important to prevent harm to children in how they use the internet. And but there's also more and more restriction coming in that can potentially also disenfranchise people. So it's not an easy debate. We have some great speakers joining us. Dr. Sonia Livingston is an FPA and ODE. She's a professor of social psychology at the Department of Media and Communications at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She's published 20 books, including Parenting for a Digital Future. She directs the Digital Futures Commission with the Five Rights Foundation and Global Kids Online with UNICEF. She also works on a series of the European Commission and the UKRI funded projects concerned with children's opportunities, risks, and rights in a digital world. Since founding the 33 country EU Kids Online Network, she's advised the UK government, the European Commission, the European Parliament, the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, in the Council of Europe, OECD, ITU, and UNICEF. Her work is at the heart of some of the conversations that we're having around children and the access to the internet. Aparajita Bharti is a founding partner of the Quantum Hub, a leading public policy research and consulting firm, and the founder of Young Leaders for Active Citizenship, which works with young people to increase their engagement with the democratic process. She's started her career in public policy as a legislative assistant to a member of parliament, holds an MPP a degree from the Blavatnik School of Government at Oxford. And she's also a World Economic Forum Global Shaper alumna from the New Delhi Hub. Nivedita Krishna is a law and public policy consultant with 15 years of experience in corporate and social sector. And she's focused on law and policy initiatives over the last decade to strengthen India's public education system. She founded PACTA in 2015 and directs law and policy initiatives at PACTA. She's a technology policy consultant as well at the Wadhwani Institute for Technology and Policy. I'm going to start with you, Dr. Nicholson. Could you tell us a little bit about the age-appropriate design code in the UK, and what purpose did it seek to serve, and has it served that purpose since it's come into existence in your mind?
Thank you for asking. Yes, we are excited about the possibilities of the age-appropriate design code because it's a part of our Data Protection Act in the UK, and it's came into force a couple of years ago and has been has led to a number of improvements for children and children's rights in Britain. So our Data Protection Act goes along with the UK version of the General Data Protection Regulation, which is the European regulation. And the Age-Appropriate Design Code explicitly builds in the language of children's rights from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And I think there are kind of two things. Essentially, it sets out 15 standards that any digital services and products that are likely to be accessed by children must satisfy. And those include taking into account the best interests of the child, but also some more specific things like not geolocating them or making their presence visible to others, to not profiling them for purposes that are negative, that are against their best interest, not nudging them in ways that are against their rights and interests, and so forth. So it's kind of early days, and I think there's a lot of issues that we might want to get into. So far, we have seen the big platforms make some positive benefits in response to the age-appropriate design code. So when it came in, Instagram very quickly stopped adults being able to directly message children who don't follow them. YouTube made its default settings private for under 18s. Twitter expanded its safety mode to block abusive messages to children, and so on. There's it is a bit of an ad hoc list. You can imagine that the companies already had some of those things in mind. We might ask why the companies were doing those things before the age-appropriate design code. Why were they allowing hostile messages or strangers to contact children? There were some egregious actions on the part of social media platforms before, but anyway, they've taken the code as the kind of moment to improve their act. At the same time, we are now looking a year on from the implementation of the code, and our data protection regulator has received a long list from Five Rights Foundation of ways in which the code is still not being implemented. So very often, even when a law sounds very positive, the implementation is lacking.
What are your top picks in terms of the changes that were made mandatory in a sense in the code? What do you think is the most important change that's being made?
I actually think the most important change in a way is about how people think about children online. It has shifted the attention from services which are directly intended for children to services which are likely to be accessed by children. And that language of likely to be accessed is very powerful, because children when they spend their time online, most of their time is not on a service intended for them. You know, whether they are checking a bus timetable or the weather, whether they are on YouTube with everyone else, whether they're looking for the latest news, whatever it is, most of their time actually is not on a service just made for children, but so this is about really recognizing children's data protection rights in relation to everything they do online. I think that's critical. I think the second thing that's critical is explicitly mentioning the Convention on the Rights of the Child and its language. And I hear from platforms talk about child rights becoming much more widespread. Big platforms are beginning to do child rights impact assessments to think about how their services might adversely impact children before they or during or before they roll out innovation. And then some of the very concrete things that the code requires, like not making it visible where a child is in the world geographically, not nudging them to do anything which is against their best interests. I think these are, some of these are very significant improvements.
The word likely is a very, it can be, it's not a legal phrase. How do you, and we have a habit in India of creating thresholds based on numbers so that it's very clear what is it applicable to and what isn't. For example, the definition of a significant social media intermediary in India is essentially 5 million users and above, which is a very small number for India. But that word likely is quite vague, isn't it? So how does it get enforced?
So our Data Protection Authority takes a risk-based approach. And I think we need to read likely against the risk. So if a child is looking up the weather, there is low to zero risk. And so even though many children are likely to use the weather app, there's no need for implementation of the code. Instagram, just to take one example, is considered in some ways high risk for children, especially with lacking some safety and privacy features. And we know how many children access Instagram. I can't remember the exact statistics. I think it's something like, it's a significant number below the age of 13, which is the threshold age. And then it's the majority of children and young people above that age. So we don't have an exact number to give you for likely. It's under active discussion. But I think there is a kind of prima facie case that children are likely to access Instagram, and therefore Instagram should respect their data. The fact that the definition of likely is vague does not mean that the need for regulation is vague. Children clearly are likely to access Instagram. Instagram clearly harvests their data in ways that are not 100% compliant with data protection and not always safe. Therefore, implementation is required.
I was saying this from the perspective of Instagram being an easy example of something that's likely, but there could be unlikely suspects as well, right? There could be unlikely services as well, then they will effectively slip through the cracks.
Yeah. Yes, there could be. And there's many. So one argument, clearly the Data Protection Authority has to decide where to prioritize its actions, and they prioritize where they see the most egregious treatment of children's data and rights, and then other companies will take action. So let's take a not so obvious example, like perhaps shopping on Amazon, which people might not immediately think is unsafe for children, though it can be if Amazon sells them knives or promotes diet aids to them, or there are clearly risks there. And actually we do have our communication regulator collects statistics on how many children use Amazon. And then there has to be a judgment. How risky is it that is how many children are likely to see diet aids advertised? What ages of young people are using it? Do we have adequate data? And then the Data Protection Authority has to make a judgment about priorities and implementation. And the company, now taking Amazon as an example, has to be ready to account for itself. And the Data Protection Authority doesn't just look at the harms that result, but also can conduct an audit of the data processing activities of the company, and they can ask for that at any time. So in a sense, I think the way in which it's working here, insofar as it's working, is the compliance is targeted according to the greatest risk, and then other companies are gradually coming into line. And sometimes they wait for the spotlight or for the newspaper headlines and for everyone to start saying, things are going wrong. I really don't think we have sufficient implementation, and I don't think we have sufficient enforcement. But we are in the middle of a changing process in which companies are rethinking their practices, and the public has become, I would say, intolerant of children's data being abused in ways that can harm them. So it's a shifting context.
Thank you. Aparajita, should the child protection remit be a part of a bill, or should it be of the personal data protection bill in India, or should it be a separate law or regulation? We've seen the previous versions, at least with the Sri Krishna one, with creating separate guardian data fiduciaries, take a fairly prescriptive approach, and although that was they expanded the scope instead of focusing on companies that specifically target kids to companies that could be used by children. In version 2, should we instead leave this to a separate regulatory regime that a data protection authority might create, or should there be a separate law altogether, or should it be bumped in with the PDP bill?
Thanks, Nikhil. Thanks for having me here. And it's a pleasure to hear Dr. Livingstone about what kind of experience UK is having with the age-appropriate design code. I think, Nikhil, in India, we are so far away from where UK is right now, because frankly, if we look at the PDP 2019, our approach has been just to cut off kind of access for children by giving too much reliance on consent by parents. And this is when the whole world is discussing whether consent itself, means is a great enforcement of privacy rights for people, right? So I think we first of all need to do away with that, age gate of 18 years of age in the next draft. And hopefully, there have been many industry representations. I think there have been many representations from civil society as well with the government. And hopefully government has taken note of the fact that this age gate of 18 sort of doesn't work. And I think there has not been much discussion about what is in.
So I'll come to age gating later. I just wanted to, do you think it should be a part of the PDP, or there are things that need to be discussed in far greater detail, and therefore it should be a separate legislation altogether?
Yeah, so I think the discussion has not happened in detail because of that clause, because you left people out, and then what is there to discuss if you have that age gate? But I do think now that given we are again back to the drawing board and the government is working on another draft of the bill, which we will hopefully have soon, I do think that there is space to start discussing a code for children already. That will, of course, have to be, first we need that Parent Act under which that code comes in, right? And the Parent Act, we know, will take some time. It will come for another public consultation. It will pass through the entire process. even if it passes by the monsoon session, which the government has been saying in some of the recent media articles, there is still a 2-year period after that, according to the 2019 bill, when the DPA actually comes into operation and it becomes really something that starts getting enforced. But I don't think this should all happen sequentially. I think the ministry and the government is aware of the fact that children are at more risk than others, and therefore a code should start getting discussed even now, so that as soon as we have a statutory body, a DPA or a regulator, we have a code that we can start discussing on and we can start working. And the good thing is, because UK has already enacted this code and they have some years of experience under their belt by now. California has also passed a very similar code. New York is also discussing a very similar code. I think Ireland, some other countries are also thinking along the same lines. There's a lot of literature available now since what we had in 2019, and there's a lot of experience that these countries have had. So we should make use of it. It should be a code under the PDP bill. I agree. But I think we should not wait for the bill to get passed to start discussing what that code should look like in the Indian context.
So where would this reside? Where do we begin? This will start with which ministry would take it up, and if you don't have the legislative backing to actually issue a code, how would this work?
Right. No, I do think, we will need a legislative backing, but I think when it comes to children, if we do it sequentially, we are letting children be at risk for a longer period of time. I do think there has to be legislative backing. There is, of course, the DPA, which needs, the data protection bill has to pass, but at least the draft can, it will take its own time. It will go through a public consultation process. I think right now that whole conversation itself is missing. We've barely had any conversation in India from the government around how children need to be protected online. We've taken a very an approach which is banking so much on safety that it's not taking in account agency, right? So first of all, we need to acknowledge that agency and safety needs to be balanced. I think from what I have heard, that government has taken note of these inputs from the industry, from civil society, from educators, etc. In fact, the minister has also mentioned that they are looking at online harms against children in the Digital India Act, which is also in the drafting ages right now. So there's definitely some thinking in the government around it and some recognition. I'm just saying, let's not wait for the PDP bill to get passed. As soon as they are done with that draft, start discussing what this code should look like. We have enough. We know what the PDP bill is going to bring in terms of the DPA, etc. The institutional structure is already known. I just hope that we don't keep waiting and do this all sequentially, because we shouldn't wait for another 3 years before we have something of an age-appropriate design code or whatever we decide to call it in India. That's my
point taken. Nivedita, how does the age of consent affect children's access? India set a cutoff of 18. So how does it affect, for example, children's access to on subjects they don't generally approach their parents for?
See, I think before we sort of delve into that, we need to remember that most children in India access the internet through their parents' phones or their parents' gadgets, right? They don't have the option of they don't have their own gadgets, at least a large number of children who are accessing the internet thanks to COVID now, right? The EdTech and schools online, etc. So when we actually think of then, having a design like a child-safe design, it's important to, I think, ensure that the internet is first safe for everyone to use. And then you come to sort of addressing safety of children. If the internet is not safe for everyone, then certainly children are not safe. But sort of approaching safety of children in a silo, in my view, is sort of pointless. I would go back to Roblox and, the child-safe design that it was supposed to be Roblox allows its users to sort of, add on content on its game, and it eventually resulted in an abuse of the platform, and having people sort of generate all sorts of content that was no longer safe for children. So I'm a little bit skeptical about child safe designs, if particularly if we don't sort of acknowledge the importance of having OTTs take accountability for the sort of content that is on their platform. If we don't acknowledge the importance of having things like, more, transparent algorithms. I mean, these are some things that need to be present for things like, child safe designs to sort of exist. And even to determine who is a child and whether it is a child who is accessing the internet. Today, other than saying, this is my age, like, what is your age? And I think I told you this when we earlier spoke, my son tells me that every time he's on a game that is not meant for his age, he keys in his age as being born in 1974. Right. I mean, when children are able to figure that out, I think there is a way of sort of working around that, and having these sort of age mandates or age verification requirements. I hear that the EU is having these sort of digital identity mechanisms that are coming into place. I hear even more scary things like AI being used to verify age, right? And the standard AI may verify a white Caucasian child. The AI is not going to verify an Indian. Several of these problems that are more sort of implementation oriented.
Sorry, I think there's a connectivity issue.
And the law can...
Nivedita, I think there's a connectivity issue. Sorry, I'm not sure, but I think I was having a connectivity issue. Couldn't quite hear you clearly.
I think Nivedita has joined back.
Yeah, sorry. I probably was speaking to myself. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay. No, so I was saying, so the EU now has these, digital identities, right, that they've rolled out. And my question, how do you sort of digitally verify a child's age, or how do you verify a child's age? Is for instance, I think in the early 90s, the US came up with using credit cards for child verification, and the Supreme Court sort of promptly struck it down. So how do you use, and I think the more later sort of development on that is using artificial intelligence to verify a child's age, right? And my question is then, an artificial intelligence program can maybe verify a child white, a white Caucasian child. AI is not going to be able to verify a brown, Asian, Indian sort of child, or a black child for that matter, or the age of that. It can't even verify the identity of black people, right? So how is it going to identify age? So I think we are so far, technology is so far from that. And age of consent is a legal sort of requirement. So law requires an age of majority to be able to consent. The concept of non-contractual consent is absolutely foreign to India. We don't even recognize non-contractual consent. It would be nice to bring that in, considering that children these days, some of them are capable of understanding what they are going into. But sort of allowing for a non-contractual consent and then backing it up with several other things like algorithmic transparency, accountability for what is on their platforms by the OTT. So these sort of things might make the internet safer. I'm not so in favor of having a child-specific law. I really think that the best way to protect children online is to protect everyone online. So that's where I stand.
Sonia, on this issue of age verification, how does the UK deal with that? Won't verification also weaken the privacy of a child if they have to, for example, submit an ID? And there's this move in India that anyone who's using a messaging service needs to be verified through an ID of some sort. There was talk of using India's national ID to verify users of social media as well. How do you, if the idea is to protect children, you to verify that it's a child that's using it, how do you do that in the UK?
This is the critical question, I think. How do we know who is a child online? And until this point, we have not known, and companies have said they don't know. I would say that this claim is received with some skepticism among child welfare folk who say they know if I need a new pair of shoes, and they know what kind of car I like, and they guess my religion, and they guess many other things. Surely they know who is a child. They have quite a complex profile on all of us. So some of the AI, I completely take Nivedita's point about facial recognition and identifying, and there really has been an issue of racial bias, if not discrimination, in relation to facial recognition. But I think some of the AI being used by Google, for example, they look at how old your friends are, they look at what kind of likes and dislikes, they make a pretty fair guess. I think the call now is to make those processes transparent, because we need to know what data they make these judgments on. We need to know where the errors are in that judgment, both ways, getting people's classifying adults as children and children as adults, and so forth. So this is technology under development, but I think it's the priority. I would say it is not a matter of age verifying a child. If we're going to know who is a child online, the call must be to age verify everybody, because you don't know already who is the child. And that, I love your eyebrows raised. I think people have been, if I may say, a little slow to grasp that. You cannot age verify a child and then say, okay, no pornography or get parental consent. So if we want children dealt with appropriately, we're talking about some kind of age verification for everybody. So the European Commission direction for that in the Digital Services Act, which is just now passed, is to say we do this on a risk assessed basis. To go back to my earlier example, you do not need to age verify if people are checking the weather. You do need to age verify if they are signing up for a social media platform or want to access pornography. There's a lot of grey in between, as you rightly say. But I am seeing, I was part of a project called EU Consent, which the European Commission funded as a pilot project to identify what are the possibilities. And we have tried to take a child rights approach, and that has meant that age verification should be used for protecting children, but not for limiting children or anyone's rights of opportunities, of civil rights and freedoms. So I think that has to be the demand on companies. You must find a way of protecting that does not limit civil rights and freedoms. It cannot be, as I think you were discussing earlier, that if you protect children just by putting them in a narrow box and they cannot be agents and citizens in this digital world. So that has to be wrong. The second principle that the European Commission has put into the law, and this is in the Audiovisual Media Services Act and some other places, is that the data used to age verify must not be used for any other purpose. And so it must be privacy respecting. And for this, we require really strong communication regulation and data protection authorities. And the solution I see Europe heading for is to say we need trusted intermediaries. We don't want it to be the platform or the company that does the age verifying. We want a trusted intermediary, which is a non-commercial operation, just as there is in the financial sector. All kinds of financial checks and balances on identity, where of course identity is very important. These questions are met through trusted third parties. So I think
I was just wondering, and because in India we often equate verification with identification, is there also a need to look at verification and identification separately?
Sure. Different countries are doing it different ways. Estonia famously has digital identification for everyone, and so that is the problem solved, perhaps, as they might think,
or a problem created,
or not. But the European model at the moment is to keep the questions of age verification, or actually age assurance, separate from questions of digital identity. And there's a lot of pushback and skepticism about digital identity. I see that Finn Mishtad has appeared on the screen, so he will, I think, have things to say on exactly this point. I just want to say one other thing. Knowing who is the parent is an even bigger problem. And I think there is no solution at the moment available to know who is the parent of the child to give consent. So even if you can identify that someone is a child, I do not know how you can identify the parent. And perhaps you have a solution to this problem in India. I would love to know if it's a privacy respecting and reliable solution.
Aparajita, any thoughts on verification, and also we're looking at parental consent, right, for access to services by a child.
Right. So I think this point about age verification, as Dr. Livingstone has said, and also Nivedita, it's not solved anywhere yet, right? My problem is that in India, we haven't even started, we're not innovating enough in terms of what works for India. So while it's good for us to say that AI may not be able to solve this problem because they're only able to solve this problem for white kids or, whichever training data is available, but there is no regulation in India which is pushing companies to make India-specific solutions right now. So while we don't have an answer, my problem is we haven't even started looking.
But for them, they have already solved it, right, with Aadhaar.
Yes.
And now with children getting Aadhaar.
Right. Well, I definitely think verification and digital identity has to be separate, should be separate. Of course, we don't have a law right now. We don't even have a bill right now. So I don't know whether that is, I'm hoping that is not confused in India. But if we do go down the verification route, my point is that we have to start thinking about solutions that will work for India. And while, as Dr. Livingstone has also said, there isn't, I think the whole world is sort of grappling with it, right? What works better. But for every society, it will be different. We haven't given an impetus to the industry in India yet that do this more strongly. And that is where
in the research that you've done, how do you think children would react to A, verification, and B, identification or parental consent? And how does it impact perhaps folks in the more disadvantaged sectors of society?
Right. So I think over-reliance on parental consent is definitely an issue. First, in general, even adults, do they understand consent? Are they giving it freely? Do they understand everything? Even for themselves, there is enough reports to say that, there's a lot of consent fatigue and therefore they themselves do not process those. So are they taking the right decisions for their children? Not always. That's one. And we have discussed this earlier as well, that, kids from disadvantaged communities will suffer a lot more, especially within that. Also, if you look at, for example, access to internet for women, girls actually in this case, that might get impacted because parents obviously have a social makeup in their mind in terms of what they will allow their girls to do online, what they will not allow to do their girls online. Children who are looking, exploring their sexual identities, who may be facing abuse from their own parents. There are many sets of children that may suffer because there is over-reliance on parental consent. And I'm assuming here that we are able to enforce it. I think everybody was ignoring this whole clause in PDP bill because everybody assumed anyway we can't enforce it, so let it be. Because there is no good verification mechanism either of age and also of parental identity. So I think this definitely doesn't seem to be the right approach. I think the approach that we haven't even discussed best interests of the child in our bill. Even the Joint Parliamentary Committee report mentioned it and said that, there was this one line which was my favorite in JPC, which said that children may think what's best for them, but they are children. That's something that they mentioned in the discussion, and it was such a paternalistic approach to children's agency on the internet that is what we have seen throughout in the legislative discussion that we've had so far. So we definitely need to shift our, thinking around children on the internet. So they definitely need to be protected. They definitely need to be safe. But we are not thinking about best interests of the child. And it's a convention that India is a signatory to. We have looked at that convention for multiple laws. There's no reason why we should not apply it to the digital world. And therefore, when we start thinking about the best interests of children, this whole over-reliance on parental consent anyway falls apart, right? And therefore, that then pushes us to think of a more innovative approach that is, I think, more closer to the age-appropriate design code that the UK has come up with, rather than what we have been proposing or we have been discussing in our legislative proposals until now.
Nivedita, in trying to create one unified sort of law for children, there's often an overlap between safety and privacy measures. Should we look at privacy and safety separately, have multiple laws that approach the issues related to children's presence in the digital realm, or should we look at all of them together?
I think, let's think from the point of view of the Constitution, right? The right to privacy was not explicitly a fundamental right, but then was, sort of attached to the right to life. And I think similarly also with safety, there are several sort of civil and criminal laws in the country that address safety of children. We have the POC, SO, the POCSO. We have the Indian Penal Code. There are several of these laws that sort of jointly, separately, all of this address children. But my sort of approach would be, I think, going back to things like content filters. Those may be sort of more and sort of less restrictive, age verification, going away from the age verification based approach to a content filter based approach. Maybe as an adult, I don't want to see profanity, right, in my Google search results. I also think things like maybe a safe harbor provision, like the US's KidSafe, right? Sort of those type of industry coalitions would help to develop trust. I mean, and if we sort of think through, Instagram actually tried to come up with a children version of Instagram, and there was global outrage, right? I mean, so because there is no trust. I mean, I'm not going to trust that Facebook is going to respect my privacy or my safety beyond its sort of commercial interest in running the platform. So let's first build trust. And I think I don't find India's laws problematic as it stays right now. In fact, I'm a strong supporter of the OTT liability sort of the rule, because unless somebody takes ownership of the content that sits on these platforms, right, the internet can never be safe. And people are always, I mean, we're talking about things like the dark web. I think Dr. Livingstone, the UNICEF had sort of flagged that off as one of the, the topmost things. So as much as you try to sort of, clean up, the white internet, I think there are alternates that are easily available. And I think during COVID, the Black Web sort of, it went into an overdrive on child sex content and things like that. So I would say this sort of over focus on having a child specific legislation is not going to help India as we are right now. Maybe that is something we will need as we go into the future, but as we are right now, we don't need another child safety law. What we really need is the implementation of what exists right now. We need a safe internet for several users. We need equitable access. We need to broaden access to the internet. There are several children who don't have access. So I think let's focus on building up our infrastructure. India's NEP sort of proposed something like that, but that has not yet been sort of operationalized. So let's sort of work on those things, operationalizing some of our intent, some of these principles before we go into legislating new acts.
So I'm going to take this to Sonia, because should intermediaries and should platforms be held liable for age gating? Given that it's so complex and hard to implement?
They should be held liable for a whole host of things. Age rating, pre-age rating content may not be the number one. And I think we are trying to effect a major culture shift and a move from the Wild West model to a model of responsible innovation and human rights respecting provision. So I think they should be held liable for implementing their own terms and conditions. That would cover a lot. I think they should be held liable for being transparent and accountable, which currently they're not. I think they should be held liable for conducting an effective impact assessment before they enter a new market. So don't enter a market with a particular language or cultural community without an advanced impact assessment of what the particular issues might be in that market, and making sure that your provision has addressed them, your moderators are already trained and your resources are already in the language of that market. I think that would solve quite a number of problems as well. And I think they should be held accountable for providing data about the operation of their systems to an independent and trusted regulator. And I think if we did those things, we would get a long way, and then we could step back and say, okay, do we have a problem with content? And I just want to tell you a little update on what's happening in Britain, which goes very much against the direction of what you've been arguing, because I think we've always been torn, haven't we? Do we want to argue for child-specific regulation, or do we want to improve and regulate the internet generally, because that will make things better for children, but also for ethnic minorities, for people with disabilities, for the elderly, etc., etc. And this has always been a dilemma. In Britain, we've spent now 5 years debating an online safety bill, and it stops and it starts, it gets support and it gets attacked. It is exactly raising questions both about, safety, of course, people agree on. What they don't agree on is at what cost to free speech, and at what cost to privacy. And speech is especially the challenge. So in fact, our latest announcement from the Secretary of State is that now it will be transformed into a bill which only protects children and forget the elderly, forget women, forget the abuse against celebrities or politicians, etc., etc. So it's gone the opposite way, and it's gone that way, as far as I can understand, because of the challenge of dealing with content. And that's why I resisted the way you phrased the question at the start, which is, I don't think we should be calling for blanket content rating or regulation.
Well,
at all.
I think
Yeah.
I think you misunderstood my question.
Oh,
My
I'm
question
sorry.
was
Okay.
about age gating. But thank you
Yeah.
for that commentary on age
Okay,
gating
all
as
right,
well.
good.
But
Yeah.
but going back to that issue of
Nikhil, can I
age,
just
sure.
add one comment to this, to Dr. Livingstone, what she just said. I think one of the reasons why I said that we can start discussing this code also goes to this point. So I have been following, what's happening with the on Digital Safety Act as well. I think when, we have to think about where is the political space to move from all actors. And when it comes to protected children, I find that in most countries, and also in California, where the data protection law itself is quite, it's not very strict, for the lack of better word. Even they were able to pass the age appropriate, design, and they passed it as an act, not as a code, as a separate act. Because in many countries, and even so in India, I feel that there's a political and there's an industry middle ground. As we have seen with many platforms as well, they have been changing their design, and default settings. Instagram, we've quoted, all of us have quoted. They've also come up with this whole thing where you can give, your permission to your parent to, link your account just so that you know how many chats are you doing, etc., etc. So I think there is that space. We should make use of that space. Sorry, I'll just stop here, and that's.
No, but the question that I was asking Dr. Livingstone was actually about what kind of protections ought to apply to children of different age groups, because levels of maturity change between 13 and 18. It's an age when children find themselves, so to speak. They explore an environment and understand more about themselves and from their peers or people maybe a little bit older than them. So how do you create an environment where they can still learn and explore and not necessarily have very stringent parental oversight, and the threshold shifts from 13 to 18, right? And that's where age gating comes in, because in India the approach was that 18 and below is a child, and therefore that requires parental consent documented, which requires verification. So they're all linked together. I'm just curious about how you think things should be different for different age groups.
So I'll say first that it is not in line with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, that because the convention does define a child as up to the age of 18, therefore parents have 100% say over what children do. That is completely against the principle of the convention, the importance of evolving capacity, and the right of the child to civil rights and freedoms, with appropriate care from the parent in a way that is graded to allow them precisely to become increasingly independent, and also to provide backstop provision for those occasions when parents don't play the role that they are envisaged for whatever reason. So I would be critical, I think, with others of your present position. So to answer your question about age gating, I think we have to move from the level of incredible generality that we've currently been at to a more specific level. I don't think we can talk about harms in general and the internet in general and governance in general. So, to give some examples, I think most people would say that if a country has a legal definition of pornography, let's say, of what should be restricted from under 18s, then it's appropriate to age gate. I would not say that for health information or guidance on sexual identity or freedom to join a political movement. So, for the different, and each of those carries some different risk as well as significant opportunities. So we can age gate certain things: selling knives, selling alcohol, selling cigarettes, seeing pornography. Maybe we have a consensus there, and okay, we need to have a national understanding of what is pornography, because this word can be overused, and sometimes it covers all kinds of sex education, for example, which is a problem. But I would, as a researcher now, I would say, let's go back to what do we know to be the risks. And I don't know if you have seen the Global Kids Online India research report, which came out recently, focusing on Gujarat, but it gives a checklist, if you like, an indication of incidence of the different risks that children encounter. We need one kind of solution for being contacted by strangers. We need another one for discrimination that children with disabilities or ethnic minorities suffer. We need another kind of solution for certain kinds of content risks, but we need to define very carefully, because mainly, and here I go back to the situation in Europe, we are now, I think, trying to regulate not an image of self-harm, but the algorithm that aggregates those images and pushes them at the young people who have been identified as having mental health difficulties. And so I just think it is going to be multiple solutions, just as we regulate, have protections for children's lives in everyday life. You know, we have.
It almost, excuse me,
it's not going to be something overarching.
So it almost feels like we're talking about two very different things, because from where you're coming from, it appears that we should identify what is problematic and regulate that. Whereas the way we are looking at it in India is that let's regulate everything and enable a few things. Whereas you're saying that restrict certain things. Am I making sense?
Yes, so I agree. So I would say you start with the idea that the human rights means agency and free and participation. And then it also means protection. And we should keep saying protection from what? You know, from whom, under what circumstances, and then that will require, just as offline, you know, we have a set of rules for boiling kettles in the kitchen, and we have different rules for cars on the streets, and we tailor those to cars in front of the school, and we have rules again for, you know, what cinema children can, you know, we don't expect one rule to protect children offline, and it's going to be different rules for different risks online as well. But yes, I agree with your premise that we begin with the idea that children have rights in a digital world, and then when we see the need for protection, we need some tailored regulation.
I wonder how Aparajita might react to that, because she brought up the point of India being a paternalistic regulation.
She did.
No, I agree with Dr. Livingstone. I think
Sonia, please. Yeah.
So I think I agree. I mean, India is paternalistic, but I think our law should be ahead of where our society is. And that has been the case in many, rules and regulations. I mean, a lot of laws that we have that govern rights of women are much ahead of where our society is. So I don't think we should, adopt that paternalistic nature in our laws. I agree with Sonia. That we should start from the fact that children need to have agency on the internet. They already have got that agency, by the way. So even if you don't like it, children are already using the internet, and they will continue to do so. So I think we must acknowledge that fact, and at least let's start having a conversation on what can we do to make internet safer for children. Because as I said earlier, this is where a lot of stakeholders do converge, and there's a real, I don't think that people in big tech companies are just sitting to screw around with all the children. I mean, they also, for them, it's a big business risk if something happens to children on their platform. So it's in their interest as well. And I think we need a regulatory framework which is more principle based, just as the age appropriate design code is, which lays out certain principles, and then each platform evaluates that what are the risks that children face on their platform, because that no regulation is able to have specifically, because we have gaming, we have edtech, we have fintech, we have this tech, and all of it is now coming together. So we have super platforms where you can do everything. for example, Google. So therefore, there's no, it doesn't make sense for the regulators to sit and identify each harm that each platform will be able to, have either for children or adults. And therefore, we need an approach which allows platforms to have this conversation more transparently and also give them space that these are the risks that they have identified, and therefore this is something that needs to be done about it. I think right now our conversations become a bit too negative, and it needs to be more working towards solutions.
Nivedita?
Yeah, no, I think this opens up a can of worms, right? Like having an age, like having different ages, assigning different ages to different things. Think of sexual abuse, which is not online, which is in person, right? Then let's say a child, who is 15 years of age, very well knew what she was getting into, like a consensual sexual relationship, for instance, sort of got into that, and then she sort of loses safe harbor provisions that the law provides. So I think we should be a little bit careful. Paternalism is a wonderful sort of, critique to make of the country's laws. But then I think we should remember that, most of the rapes in India go unreported, right? And sort of in the process of making the internet safer, we can't make the physical world an unsafe place. So I think it's important to sort of keep these things in mind. I also sort of want to go back to, safe harbor provisions like the Kids Safe, right? Things like this, associations, voluntary associations, certifications that are recognized by a central regulatory sort of authority, and then say that, okay, if your website is certified like that, then, it is child safe, and sort of revisit these standards every now and then to ensure safe spaces. I think these are more implementation oriented things that we should move towards. We should also, nobody in India talks about algorithmic transparency, right? While we talk about data privacy.
Actually, we do talk about algorithmic transparency quite a bit.
Right. No, but not in the context of children, right? I think the sort of the context in which I'm making this is the sort of the positivity with which Aparajita pointed out that these are sort of bipartisan bills in the US, right? In my sense, it's an easy political thing to achieve, right? It's just low-hanging fruit. It's easy to sort of get to get united on something like that. While I do understand that that children need safe provisions, the law in India already provides safe provisions. We don't need a separate law that just goes into the digital world for children. We should start with having a vanilla, like Aparajita suggested, a principles-based framework that would provide that the internet is a safe space for all of us, and begin there, and sort of have a lot more congregation on several private players.
So we're running a little low on time, so I would request shorter answers, but I wanted to go into profiling. It's something that Sonia and I discussed on our call prior to this, which is, one of the provisions that we've seen repeatedly in Indian bills is about preventing profiling and targeting of children. But my question is, at all targeting bad? At times, collecting data about a child's performance will help serve them content which actually helps them, especially on let's say edtech platforms. How does one distinguish between harmful and helpful profiling? And how does one enable helpful profiling while disabling harmful profiling? Is all profiling bad?
I can go on that first. I think that no, all profiling is not bad, but if you're able to sort of, have settings that say that, okay, show me feed based on, let's say, timelines, right? Or let my feed appear based on my affinities that I can set, or I show me feed based on certain other preferences that I can set. So that, and also, when you combine then that with algorithmic transparency, then profiling does not become so problematic. right? But when consent that we talk about is just cursory consent, when consent does not exist simply because you don't have that many players, and if a child wants to be on social media, they only have one Facebook, one Instagram, one LinkedIn to go into, and so consent is irrelevant at that point. I think algorithmic transparency, and combine that with settings that empower an individual to choose how they want feed to appear on their, on their profile, would be more sort of practical, useful ways of, allowing profiling to happen for commercial, etc. reasons, but also allowing children to thrive safely.
Yeah, so if I can comment on your question, I think it's one of the key questions at the moment, and there won't be a simple answer, but perhaps it's helpful to separate out what is the input of processing the data, what is the output, the decision that results, and what is the kind of process that governs it. And I think the concerns about the input are that there is discriminatory data being entered, that there is erroneous data being entered, and that the inferences thereby made from profiles are problematic in a whole host of ways that we don't have accountability for. The outcomes of profiling, I think, are we haven't had enough debate, actually. We've had more debate about the problematic data, but what is profiling for? So you raised, Nikhil, the question of EdTech. If EdTech is used to profile children to know which is the struggling child in the class who needs some extra help, I think most people would say that seems a good idea. Whether it does effectively identify that child is extremely questionable, and whether the child then gets any better help is also questionable. I don't see that happening in Britain, so I don't know that it's happening in India. I would be skeptical. So I think even the positive outcomes, but the negative outcomes we can see straight away. You're profiled commercially and you get the advertising, and the advertising can nudge you in a way that is problematic, pushing you towards ever more commercialism, and it can be based on wrong data, which is why children seem to get cosmetic surgery adverts, which cannot have been part of the intent, or maybe. So the outcomes are also problematic. So this is where I think in the debates about profiling, we come back to questions of process. Is it transparent? Is it accountable? What are people's rights to opt out, to correct their data? And what oversight is there of those who make the decision about the outcome and the inputs? And we're not there yet, I think, anywhere. But from a child rights point of view, going back to the age appropriate design code, the argument is you must not profile a child for commercial purposes that is against their best interests.
So, in fact, I was about to ask about whether educational institutions and educational apps or services should be treated differently from commercial enterprises, but then.
They are commercial enterprises.
They're all commercial enterprises.
But they should be treated differently because children can choose a consumer product in their everyday life, or their parents can choose. But at school, the school signs them up. And then if the school EdTech service profiles, children are not given either a right to consent or usually any right to opt out. So their data is just taken and it is profiled, and the question is who has the independent and trusted oversight of that process, because schools cannot deal with the powerful platforms, and the powerful platforms, EdTech platforms, are not telling us what they do with the data.
You've also looked at EdTech in India. Any thoughts on profiling there?
Well, I think what's interesting about India is that India is setting itself up as the kind of the EdTech innovation hub for the world, and things are happening very fast. So you have some incredibly powerful players, and what I observe is that they are it's a business. So those who are running the EdTech are not educationalists, they're not child development specialists, they're not they don't hire privacy experts with child rights in mind necessarily, and so we have a huge rapid expansion of technology which is influencing EdTech globally, which I'm understanding from you has no adequate checks and balances either within India or as it is received in other parts of the world.
Well, I was about to say that the edtech industry in India may not be specialists in education, or they may not be educationalists, but they certainly seem to be specialists in finance and loans, which is what most of that business is.
Right. Absolutely.
Many online to offline platforms, from what we've seen in India, are essentially financial services and loans companies masquerading as other types of companies.
I mean, we should put some responsibility on all of our governments, because if governments invest in this edtech as a quote solution to education during the pandemic, or ways of economizing on the cost, how many teachers you need, then this is governments investing in a hope and a prayer, because it is. I see no evidence that edtech saves schools costs or improves education, actually.
Aparajita, on profiling and edtech?
Right. I think profiling, of course, has uses even for children. I think we all benefit a little bit from profiling in terms of the relevant things that we see online, and, on Twitter. I have, for example, tried to switch to just in terms of timelines on the basis of recency of tweets, and then I don't find it that useful, as I find their profile-based, whatever home feed useful. I think with children, of course, there has to be a more nuanced approach. And I do agree. And, with EdTech, etc., I think we have a very different ecosystem. The government is also trying to push their EdTech platform. They're also trying to build ecosystems, etc. I think, which is why I said we need the overall data protection, act, or whatever we call it in the future, which basically gives us this right to be forgotten, right to erasure, etc., because, and children need to be educated in schools about these rights, so that their record that they are making, even on education platforms, doesn't become permanent. I think we work with a lot of children in Vilac. I think the biggest nightmare in India is that your report cards are with, or your academic performance is there with a platform for the ages. And given the competitive nature in our country, and I mean, of course, we're a huge country with minimum number of jobs, etc., it becomes a permanent record for you. So I do think that, while profiling, I don't think we can do away with it completely, because there are some uses for children as well. So it needs to be based on what kind of risk do you pose to children on a platform on the basis of profiling, and therefore default settings, etc., need to kick in. But there are huge stress on digital safety education in India, where we basically teach our children, just as we teach them fundamental rights, what our digital rights are. First of all, we need to enact them to be able to teach them. But basically, we need to go to each school. It should be a part of the NCERT syllabus, the CBSE syllabus, the ICSE syllabus. Every child should know that, how to keep themselves also safe online, and what are the options available to them if they want to delete their data from somewhere. I think that is also very important. It cannot be just a legislative solution to everything. We also need an education solution which goes side by side, and our syllabus also needs an update so that children know how to exercise their rights.
There are the two last questions, and I'm going to pick from the Q&A. Sonia, if you could address the first one, that in India, we've seen a surge in digital applications catering to teens and children to help them improve their standards of financial inclusion and knowledge. What are the safeguards that we should be mindful of in relation to financial information and teenagers?
So I think this is about the overcoming the digital divide and ensuring provision of connectivity, is it? And
no, this is more about teaching children how to manage finances better. So kids being taught how stock markets work, how to save, how to invest.
Interesting. We have none of that. All right, so that's why I was at sea. We have none of that. We are having an upsurge in digital applications for teens to improve to deal with their well-being and address their mental health, the mental health crisis that is there.
That's an important subject as well, if you want to talk about that.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, I am a bit horrified by the way in which those who are thinking about apps for children for benefit are in different spaces from those who are thinking about either safety or privacy. So somehow we have got to get them together, which is why I like a holistic child rights approach. But anyone developing an app for children, number one, has got to think about safety and about privacy, because very often you look into the back end of these apps and either they're not very secure or they're not very safe, or the data is being sold to commercial services in ways that people don't know. So this seems to me your basic hygiene factors in developing any beneficial app. I think otherwise, financial inclusion and knowledge is actually quite political. So I would say one would want transparency about who has developed this knowledge, what kind of expertise. I'm tired of companies telling me that they have consulted all the relevant experts. Many experts can, find that their advice is being claimed. I don't know. So I think there's a lot of questions about the nature of that knowledge. I would like trusted, independent oversight of what they're being taught.
For that, we need a data protection bill.
You do.
There's a question. Do panelists feel that there should be a need for consideration of privacy-related harms for women and minor females when it comes to India? Is that something that can be worked on more easily before we think about a safe internet for all? Nivedita or Aparajita, do you want to address that?
Yeah. I think the moment we go into the question of minorities, then we're looking at diversity there and sort of prioritizing.
No, not minorities, but minors.
Sorry, minors.
Yes.
Women, minor females when it comes to India. Yeah, so I think again, I don't come from that sort of school of belief that just women need safe harbor. I think for women we need safe spaces in general before we look at safe spaces online. I think the roads are not safe for women. Public transport is not safe. I mean, where workplaces are not safe. So given all of that, I mean, I would first sort of look at physical spaces and see how we can bring more safety there before we go into digital spaces. And I think what India needs now is a proper sort of safe space bill for all of us.
It's not an either or, right? It's not an either or. It's
Nikhil, can I come in?
Yeah, Parajita.
So I think when it comes to, I do not think we should look at a specific code or a bill for women or girl minors, because I mean, we work with students, and some of our students actually got together to, set up this thing called Mardangi, which is actually set up by boys who are underage boys who faced a lot of sexual abuse, both online and offline. So first of all, it's a myth. It's underreported that, a lot of minor boys also undergo a lot of sexual abuse. So I think when we look at children, we should look at all children of all genders. And I think the second thing is when it comes to women, while I don't think that we need a specific legislation, because we do want internet to be safe for all, and we need the overarching data protection, act at some point, or the Personal Data Protection Act. I do think that there needs to be a more gender responsive approach to tech regulation generally, which has been missing from India. For example, this age gating of 18, when you look at it from a gender lens, it is immediately apparent that whose agency will suffer the most, right? So I do think that generally comes to all legislation, not just tech regulation, we need a gendered approach because women do get impacted by the same things differently than men, given our social setup. So even when we are looking at intermediary liability, when we look at online harms, we must look at specific kind of harms that can happen to women and what can be done to protect them. But again, we should not go in with this sort of patriarchal mindset where we index so much on safety that we, let go. We do not take into account agency of women, which actually happens in the physical space as well. For example, CCTV camera footage, there have been proposals by state governments that every woman should register at their local police station, that if they're going to travel for work from point A to point B. Thankfully, that proposal from Madhya Pradesh government did not see the light of the day. But you have to take into account specific risks to women, both from an agency perspective and both from a safety perspective as well. So yes, a discussion on gender responsive policy is important, but not a specific legislation, in my view. You're on mute, Nikhil.
So just to close, you're saying that an age screening of 18 is going to impact young women or girls far more than it's going to impact boys. Why is that? Because even if you look at access to devices, right, there's such a huge gap in terms of ownership of devices between men and women, and even among households. We recently actually ran the Digital Champions program. We did it with 4,500 children in 9 different states, and we were teaching them, about their digital rights and how to keep themselves safe online. There also, a lot of girls are actually using shared devices, whereas a lot of boys actually have their own devices, right? So when you have a shared device, then parental consent will be obviously enforced a lot more than when you have a personal device. So therefore, you will actually put girls at a disadvantage, not because the law intended to do so, but because of whatever constraints are there in our ecosystem already. So we have to take all these things into account as well. Thanks for that, Aparajita, and thank you, Sonia and Nivedita for the enlightening session. I don't think this conversation is going to end here. Sorry, we ran a little over time, Prasanto, but I'll hand it over to you for the final session for the day, where we're going to discuss a topic that we discussed a little bit in this last session, which is profiling. So we're going to look at profiling and advertising and commerce in the next session. Prasanto, over to you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Nikhil. And good to be here. So let's jump straight in. I think we have, this is a pretty intense and, quite a fascinating area. We're going to be talking about consumer expectations of privacy. Well, I think we'll go a little beyond the consumer expectations. We'll be looking at privacy in commerce and advertising and the issues, because I think the moment you say consumer expectations, the question arises as to what are. We have fairly low expectations by Indians in general and consumers included of privacy. We don't have a privacy law. We don't really have a very good understanding by most consumers of either privacy implications or what it really means to give out their data, or somebody demands a particular number. The biggest sort of way or the path to phishing and fraud and financial fraud is basically private information sharing on calls. So somebody calls us for an OTP or whatever, and every possible means of attempting to educate them about privacy, about private information, about not sharing OTP, etc. That's not really work. So we will go a little beyond. So I think what I will do is I'd love to just start by getting in your views straight away. And we have a fascinating panel here. We do have a bunch of questions that we have discussed, and I think individually they've been discussed with you. We want to look at how profiling has changed the way sectors within commerce and advertising do business. How do companies engage in customer profiling? Okay. I think at the superset of it, of course, one is, we've discussed this multiple times today, I think, and in every such thing, we don't have a privacy law. And I don't really expect to see one happening anytime soon. And if we see the data protection bill turn into law, into an act, I don't know how much of privacy it will actually sort of manage and control and ensure as compared to data and the value of data and how the data should be accessed and non-personal data and all of that. So there's clearly that, and there is the acceptance of the fact that there is not that much of an understanding of privacy. So the bar of consumer expectations is very, very low. So we are clearly looking at, what do we need to do to possibly exceed that? And I think a lot of the global multinationals who are operating here, they're operating in multiple geographies. They also have their own set of, specifications and processors and things. It may vary from geography to geography how they actually end up implementing it. Arguably, the highest common factor among all of them should be higher than what is expected by consumers in general in terms of privacy. So I'd like to just go over and maybe run across very quickly to, I think we have about an hour or a little less. I will check up the exact time that we have. But could I just ask my panelists to maybe start with alphabetical order? Benny, start with you, Benny Chogadwara.
Thanks.
Quick thoughts from you.
Nice to see you. It's been a while. Hi, everybody. I'm Beni Chok. I look at the digital finance practice at Dwara Research. We call it the Future of Finance Initiative. My kind of tryst with data protection has been very much from the financial inclusion side of things, because in digital finance, misuse and abuse of personal data is one of the bigger customer protection harms that we're worried about. To Prashanto's question on, I think I appreciate the essence of your covering remarks, Prashanto, but I think we're finding slightly different insights on the ground. It's not that people don't have privacy preferences. They're actually pretty clear about what data they want to share and what data they don't want to share. So for instance, we're currently wrapping up a 2,700 low-income respondent privacy preferences, self-reported privacy preferences study. And what we are finding is this acute kind of selectivity in sharing personal data. And we have like a range of reasons for why someone would want to share or not want to share personal data. So I'll just pick one example out of the rich data set that we have. When we asked people, would you be willing to share information about your loans with your financial service provider? So with your existing lender, would you be comfortable sharing information on the loans that you have? I think the numbers are quite compelling. About 50% men and about 50% women said, actually, no, we're not comfortable sharing that information. And when we kind of look under the hood and kind of understand why are they saying no, we have a bunch of reasons for why someone would not want to share information. They think some harm might happen. They think it's personal. They think it's not relevant. They'll only share partial information, so on and so forth. The most dominant response was not that some harm might happen. The most dominant response was no, because it's personal, right? So that whole idea that, you need data protection, data security to placate some of privacy concerns is kind of misplaced, because worrying about harms, worrying about data misuse is almost a second order preference or second order priority for people. Their first basic priority is, no, I would not share because it's personal. So it's not that people don't have privacy preferences. What they don't have is the imagination and awareness about how data is being collected and how data is being used, because nobody is really transparent about, collection of data and really telling the customer that when you're signing up for, let's say, a BNPL, you're also giving away some very rich personal data about yourself. So I'll just stop here, but I just want to kind of draw that line very clearly that people want privacy. They would exert privacy preferences if only they knew that there is an assault on their privacy, which they don't know.
Okay, I hear you on that, and we will debate this a little further down, because very clearly further down the socioeconomic pyramid, a lot of people encounter, for example, government services, and they don't even, there's not even an understanding of what it means to share out data which is demanded by, let's say, a government functionary or a PDS, public distribution system person, who's saying that, okay, you have to share the following thing before I give you a ration. Just like saying, oh, you have to spend 20 rupees and buy a national flag before you get your ration because that's the law. And the guy knows that, I mean, he doesn't know that that's not the law. So there's obviously, I mean, a lot to debate out there, and I will take up some of that. There, could I go again in alphabetical order? Devapratim Xiaomi.
Thank you, Prashanto, and good evening to you and all the rest of the panelists. I'm counsel for Xiaomi. I've been with Xiaomi for about 6 years now. Amongst my other portfolios, I also handle the privacy practice in the organization in India. Getting back to your question, Prashanto, I would partially agree with Benny that if you went to somebody and asked whether you're comfortable disclosing your sort of personal financial information to somebody, they'd probably say, why do you want to know it, right? It's personal. But the problem is that when you're disclosing this information online, for example, or to an app, one, you're not entirely always aware, because of the lack of transparency, what information you're ending up disclosing. Two, you're also under the impression that, look, if I don't give this information, I probably will not be able to avail this product or this service. So it's sort of a precondition for you to avail that particular product or service. And also, and we've seen this particularly with Indian customers and Indian users, the concept of privacy is, I mean, somewhat interlinked with user experience, right? To the extent that, I mean, a user is unaware of how his or her information is being used, there are no concerns, so to speak. But the moment you sort of, it becomes an user experience issue where you have an ad following you across devices, across platforms, that's when a user realizes that, look, this is my private information that is being used to sort of track my information. And so the front is usually always a user experience issue rather than a privacy issue.
So I just wanted to clarify that this is what I mentioned is not a primary question. It's sort of there as the backdrop, and I think Benny said that she disagrees with that premise. That's fine, because that's not. So we want to go a little beyond that and look at what's happening with profiling, which where you may not even have a question aimed at you that are you okay with sharing this information or whatever, because you're being profiled based on a whole bunch of things that you're doing,
right.
That you're buying, things that. So let's also keep that context in mind. And this part, I think this part of it also relates to things like, okay, consent, informed consent, etc., which is probably a different discussion. So I want to make sure that you, Devapratim, anything else you want to add on that point of view in terms of the profiling that's happening? Okay, what are the kind of issues that you see with that? And, coming from the other side, how would you kind of take care of them, even if the customer does not sort of consider that a privacy issue or whatever? But how would you, manage the concerns at a more aggregated level on customer profiling? What would be problematic, even if the customer doesn't think it's problematic at an individual level? Maybe somebody else does, one customer doesn't, the other does, etc.
Right. Okay. So on the broad sort of approach to profiling, I would say, look, honestly, we don't think, or even I personally don't think, that there is a problem with profiling per se. Right. And profiling can be not from a commercial perspective, but from any perspective whatsoever. It's the application of the profiling or the implementation of the profiling which has the potential to cause harm, which is the problematic part, right? So I would not per se say profiling is an issue, but you would have to have sufficient safeguards, sufficient transparency, and sufficient sort of technological measures built in to ensure that profiling does not actually end up in causing any harm to your users. And we'll come to the question of what would or could potentially constitute harm to a user later. But I would stick to the line of argument that, look, profiling by itself is not a problem so long as it does not cause any harm to the users, right?
Okay, terrific. So let's take this further, and Pin, if I can come to you and look at what you think could be the sort of things that need to be considered when you're looking at harms, how data is, if you're profiled, okay, how is that profiled data to be managed, shared, what are the kind of controls and checks in place? So that's one thing that stems from some of the things Pratim was mentioning, but I leave it to you also for your introductory comments.
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me. So I'm coming from, it's probably a different, perspective and a different reality, sitting in a different part of the world, being based in Europe, where we have, GDPR and a General Data Protection Framework, which you can say a lot about, both positives and negatives, for sure. But I'm also based in Norway, where I've done a lot of research together with my team on sort of how tracking happens, the kind of data that's being collected, and we try to follow the data flows from the apps into the ad tech ecosystem, which does a lot of the profiling. And we're very concerned with the amount of data that's being collected inadvertently or advertently, even on purpose by design, from users from all kinds of apps, and then being sort of collected behind the scenes and then being used to profiling. And we really worried about the type of the business model that drives this, because it is a system which is clogged with, it's impossible to penetrate as a user because my data is shared with thousands of companies. It's being used for all kinds of different purposes, or which we're not aware. So, today, I think profiling has a lot of negative consequences at an individual level, but also a lot of unintended consequences at the aggregated levels, where there could be an argument being made that the profiling at the individual level can be good. For example, you can have some better services, or you could potentially foresee that you can get a better treatment in health, in some sort of health situation. But at the same time, because there's so little scrutiny around how data is collected. Is it good data? Is it bad data? How do you interpret the data? How do you set up the algorithm? Is it checked for bias? Is it audited from an independent third party? Can the user go and correct the data? How can it correct the data if it doesn't even know the data exists in the algorithms? So there's a lot of problems. So I think from my point of view, we have to be very careful about how we approach profiling, because experience so far has shown that there has a lot of negative consequences and a lot of unintended consequences, because there's not been enough debate around these things. So this is why I also welcome this debate today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Finn. So you bring up some very key points there. So there is obviously a lot of data being collected without your knowledge. And I think that's what brings up the question of whether many of the users would even be aware of the implication of collecting that level of data, because it's not things like, okay, what's your bank account number? So clearly there'd be a lot of people who would hesitate to give that, or your password and things like that, which they shouldn't. But what about stuff you're buying? And what about the fact that once you bought something, everywhere you go, the ads chase you for that same thing, or competitors to that same thing, and that's pretty irritating. And it could be lingerie, it could be medicines, it could be something else. So there's profiling which is happening, which could be sort of anonymized, but it is connecting to you via cookies and things like that. But that's kind of pretty worrying. So let's just come back to this. I think on this issue, that when you have this level of profiling, which is obviously happening, and it's a very fundamental part of all the platforms that we are engaging on, all digital platforms, etc. That the Amazon itself started with, with books and this whole recommendation engine, etc. That was based on profiling. Okay, and that was a great thing. It gave you the right kind of recommendations for books, etc. When you go to the level that it has now, and that happens at two levels, at very individual levels, where you're being tracked and you're being sort of sold competing products, etc. And if that data is not controlled, and we don't know what all systems are in place and what all checks are in place in terms of managing the data, and at the aggregated level, where it could be anonymized, could be, but we've discussed that issue before, and we probably won't go deep into it, but non-personal data, but aggregated data which is profiled about maybe meal preferences or the culinary preferences of groups of people. And in India, vegetarian, non-vegetarian, etc., are very evocative kind of issues. So when you look at this, how do you actually look at this? What are the issues that come to mind which we should be taking up?
If you're asking me, I mean, there's a whole host of issues depending, I come from this from a commercial, looking at it from a commercial angle. Obviously, there's another angle if you look at how public sector can use profiling, which can have a lot of devastating effects, obviously. My approach is from the commercial side. And what we're worried about is how, for example, it will be easier to discriminate consumers based, either price discrimination because you're less price, the algorithm thinks you're less price sensitive, or you belong to, they think you're able to pay more, or they know you have a very weak, a particular weakness to certain things. They can put those ads in front of you at a time when you're more vulnerable. Because the tracking is so pervasive today, that all these bits and pieces of information from all our apps. I mean, when we looked at different apps, each give away a little piece of information, but when you put that puzzle together, you can infer quite a lot of very, very personal things, everything from your sexual orientation to your political beliefs, whether you're depressed or not, whether you have a gambling problem or whether you're likely to have a gambling problem, whether you have a tendency to drink alcohol or have an alcohol problem, substance abuse, whether you are in a very vulnerable life situation, all these things. So this makes this system very, very prone to misuse. And this misuse might not even be intended because the algorithms themselves are not transparent, and the people who are advertising does not even understand how they work. So they can have a massively unintended consequence, for example, when it comes to discrimination, where whole groups are being discriminated against because the algorithm is interpreting the data in a certain way. I mean, examples of this has been how women has been excluded from seeing job ads for certain scientific jobs, or how some minorities are not seeing housing ads for particular areas in a city, and in reality being discriminated against, and the whole issue of racially racist algorithms, etc. So I think what we're seeing today is a data free-for-all, where companies sadly are grabbing a lot of data and are not respecting a very sort of fundamental principles of data protection and privacy and basically human rights. I do think that you could foresee a lot of good use of data, but it needs to respect a lot of fundamental principles, such as that could be purpose limitation. So I collected data to give you a very specific, better service, right? Which I, as a consumer, I'm very aware of, and it's okay. But very often we see that purpose slips happen, or the data is being shared and being used for other purposes. And I think that's really, really unfortunate. And I think also the safeguards that need to be in place regarding transparency, auditing, and all these things need to be in place. And then maybe we can have a more balanced discussion. But the way things are happening today, it's completely out of control, sadly. And that creates this distrust, which also I think is a big missed opportunity if you see it from a business perspective, because our surveys show that 1 out of 2 consumers have not used a specific app because they were afraid of their privacy. And that's a huge missed opportunity as well, if you look at it from a business perspective, that people might not be using services they might even be helpful for them, because they're just afraid, because there's been so many scandals about data protection, etc. as well. So there are many aspects here that are important to discuss. And of course, also the issue of, I think you mentioned where consumers are being forced, right? Whether that is forced, or they're being manipulated into accepting different types of profiling and data sharing, which is a huge problem. So yeah, many issues. So thank you.
Okay, purpose limitation. I'm going to try to come back to that. Udbhav, let me come to you. And I'll just mention on the side that purpose limitation, I mean, obviously there are a bunch of issues, both in terms of just purpose limitation within the commercial realm of the platform, also the platform itself using that data for issues that violate maybe competition or antitrust kind of clauses. That's a different area. Or even law enforcement access, because law enforcement can actually do a lot of stuff with figuring out what kind of things that people are buying. I mean, ostensibly, for example, is a person buying a lot of stuff which will help them build explosives, or is he buying a whole bunch of stuff? So there's a whole area which a Pandora's box when you look at the purpose limitation question. Udbhav, let me come to you, and then we'll go back to across the panel for Q&A, for discussion.
Thanks, Prasanto. I mean, I think that a lot has already been said so far, but like three main points that I wanted to make. The first, at a higher level, I don't really think this conversation is about whether data collection is okay or not. It's like data collection is a reality. It's happening all around us. I think that, at least personally speaking, the focus of the panel on profiling and advertising used like in the conjoined way that they have makes this about what is done with that data when it comes to advertising and the experiences that people have online when it comes to advertising. And fundamentally there, I think, and we've said this quite openly before, even as Mozilla, we really think that the business model of the web is fundamentally broken, right? It depends almost in its entirety on massive amounts of data collection taking place, and then sometimes with ostensibly legitimate purposes, but more often than not, largely as a source of monetization for either large platforms to carry out certain things or for smaller players to be able to compete with those larger platforms. And it's a little bit of an arms race where there are some like laws, regulations, technologies attempt to counteract that, but it's like a cat and mouse game where more often than not it's data collection that has broadly won out. And I think that that has been the reality for long enough that the spate of regulations that you're seeing attempting to combat that, whether it's in Europe, the United States, India, Australia, like you can pick your country, are in order to address that reality. So the problem, I think, is one that is almost like omnipresent on anything that you have to do with technology, and arguably one of the most serious problems that I think we need to grapple with alongside reaping the benefits of the systems that we use. That's the first one. The second one is in particular when it comes to advertising, I think that there are many ways in which it manifests itself. The sort of three ways, at least, in which we look at it within Mozilla are: one, advertising that manifests itself on the basis of people and experiences on the web, on their desktops and mobile phones, on browsers, so the internet per se. The second is apps and what happens there. And the third is the entire sort of thing under the iceberg of not just user-facing interactions, but interactions between data brokers, between ad tech platforms, between publishers, and that entire space, which is very, very poorly understood, right? So, and on the first issue, which is web browsers, we think the biggest problem is around cookies. On the second piece, we think it's largely around ad identifiers and unique ways to identify people's mobile devices. And on the third piece, we think that it's both very poorly understood, and data protection law can attempt to regulate it, but there is no way a user can meaningfully consent to some of those practices, right? Therefore, for all three of these things, in a way, at least, we think that the idea of consumer expectations around privacy is, while it's an important one from a regulatory perspective, is the moot point, right? To expect people to be able to make meaningful, informed choices on what is good or bad from them from a privacy perspective has almost, of course, a lot to do with awareness, but it also has to do with ability. It has to do with whether this functionality is made available to them in the first place, whether they understand how to exercise it, and whether when they do exercise it, it is actually followed by the platform to which these choices are made. And which is why I think that, like, when we come out with a paper recently on browsers and choice, that sort of touches upon this privacy and security angle. But in all the research that we've done, like, people care a lot about this issue. They don't necessarily know what to do with this issue. And our recommendation, therefore, is that, like, companies and service providers and regulators need to make the choices that are in the best interest of the user, not because it's a legal obligation, but because it is in the medium term bad to do things for both your brand as well as for user experiences that invade their privacy, right? Like, the reason people get freaked out when an ad follows them on the internet is not a reason to, like, not collect data. It's the reason to make sure that advertising is better and it tangibly improves. And the third point is the one around, like, what the future is when it comes to profiling and targeting, right? So, I mean, obviously there are a range of issues. You need more research. You need to invest and engage in enforcement of laws and regulations that do already exist, or come up with laws and regulations. But I don't really want to sort of get into why India needs a data protection law, because we've been saying that for a very, very long time. But fundamentally, it's also about technological progress, right? There are ways to do things that currently classify as profiling without necessarily collecting user data. And at least within Mozilla, we broadly call that for privacy preserving advertising. There's a workshop as a part of the conference that's happening next week where we attempt to go into that in a little more detail as well. But at its fundamental premise, it is figuring out ways to target ads, to measure whether they've been successful, and to do a lot of other things without collecting user data, and to do so in a private manner. Because we think that once those justifications for collecting data go away, which is largely related to advertising, I think, in the context of this conversation, then it's a lot harder to say why do you need my browsing history? Why do you need all these like granular things if you can say if they can happen at the browser level, or they can happen on the device level, or they can happen without certain kinds of data at all in ways that are more privacy preserving. So yeah, those are my 3 high-level points.
Thanks. You've covered a lot of ground there, and we'll be picking up some of this. And yes, we keep this focus tightly in the advertising and commerce context. So let's just take up this question of transparency. Okay, once again, this kind of relates a little bit to this question of the informed consent, or how aware the person is, etc. How transparent can you make it? Are there best practices in terms of which tell you that, okay, by simply buying this product or clicking this or etc., you will be tracked? There are cookies which are tracking this kind of thing, and you'll be getting advertisements for this stuff wherever you go on the web. Okay, that's I guess a lot of people won't do that then. So how does what kind of best practices have worked in this kind of transparency? And also, when you look at incentives, I mean, for example, there's quite a bit of stuff happening around incentives to profile more, get more data, etc. When including things like when you buy something on a platform, so many of them now give you incentives to rate them. And while you're rating them, so there is a QR code or something, and you go back and you're asked a few more questions, and then you get 50 rupees back or 100 rupees back in terms of cashback. And a lot of people will do that because, I mean, really the questions, what do you buy? What kind of stuff do you use? What are your brand preferences? And of course, that's connecting with your email address and things like that. And I think a lot of people would happily go ahead and give that stuff. And that seems to be the experience of the people who are collecting this kind of profile data. So broad question, what can work in terms of transparency? Do we know of things which are working well elsewhere as well as here, which would warn people or give them red flags, but then that will simply put them off? And, as long as there are no laws right now, no significant laws stopping you. So any thoughts on that? I'll just leave it open if somebody wants to have a go at that.
If I may, Prashanto?
Yes, please.
Okay, so on transparency, a lot of practices organizations follow across various businesses and advertising agencies, but transparency by itself, if you're linking profiling with privacy concerns, transparency by itself will not address the privacy concerns of users. Transparency coupled with maybe privacy enhancing technologies is, I would say, the way to go forward. Even transparency in the way it is practiced now, which is mostly ex-post facto transparency. For example, if you see Google or Facebook, you'll see the why am I seeing this ad, right? That's an expo. You're already seeing that ad, as opposed to a transparency measure where at the point of or prior to providing that information, right, I as a user know what information I'm providing, how it's going to be used, and how it can be used to deliver a profile of me, and who that profile is going to be shared with, and how it's going to be applied, right? So transparency comes at multiple levels. The problem with profiling right now, as on date, is no user has any visibility as to what profile applies to him, or why he's getting a particular choice that he or she is, or what is the choice that he or she is not getting. So the autonomy that a user is compromising on by virtue of the lack of transparency is the issue primarily. So doubling back, transparency by itself will not address privacy concerns. It has to be complemented with privacy enhancing technologies, privacy preserving technologies, and transparency has to be the reason for transparency also obviously is because there is a very obvious asymmetry between the user and the data collector, right? So to address that inherent asymmetry, you have to have ex-ante transparency requirements as opposed to what they are now. For example, and I agree with you a little bit there, Prashanto, because when you say ex-ante transparency requirements, for example, Apple now asks you allow this app to track your data across, right? And pretty much every user uniformly across will say no, right? So and that's not good for business or for the apps or for anybody for that matter, right? Not necessarily for the user as well, because there could be benefits provided there are sufficient safeguards in place, there could be benefits to profiling, right? Which also a user is being deprived of by virtue of that ex ante. So there has to be a balance, but transparency by itself will I don't believe will address privacy concerns of users.
Okay, so if I just put this like this to the others, what kind of things work? So for example, does clear visibility into what is being done and what is being tracked work? As a unrelated example, with apps, once you begin to see what permissions apps are demanding and utilizing, it's horrifying. So the first time somebody sees, oh, this app actually has camera, it has microphone, it has everything, okay, then you get suddenly aware of this. So similarly, if you were able to just go to a site and see that, and there's a section where it shows you, okay, this is all what we're tracking. Okay, would that work? Has something like that worked in terms of transparency? And of course, it could actually deter people from using certain things or sharing certain things. Or Benny, any thoughts there? Ben?
Yeah, I know Perv has okay, I'll just quickly take a minute and then hand it back. I'm not sure if it would work in practice, but we do think on the ground there is a lot of support for something like this. So very recently, coming from the field, we just generally asked people, what do you do when an app collects data, which to you looks excessive? And they say, we kind of leave it midway. Why would a transcribing app need my location? And if they do, we don't install it further. And then, the question was then, what's a good way? What's a system that can actually warn people about which apps are excessive? And I think the buck somewhere stops at the app stores as well, where the whole idea of rating apps on privacy practices has been kind of floating around for a couple of years, right? So if I can kind of rate apps as to how much data they're collecting, are they really purpose limiting? Are they really collecting relevant information? And there's a bunch of problem that comes with that as well, then App Store is suddenly not as democratic. It's becoming, it has its own issues and how you really go on implementing it, because so many app stores are also competitors because they have their own apps as well. So that's kind of fraught. But I also want to say one idea that I haven't seen working well, but I still get intrigued by it is, for instance, in the Australian Privacy Act, and I know there are lawyers who are here who know this better. I'm just an economist, so paraphrasing, but in the Australian Privacy Act, there is a small section that basically says that data enrichment is not allowed. Whatever data you want to collect, you collect directly from the person. And this was recently brought to attention in a beautiful paper by Catherine Kemp. And I suppose, and obviously the kind of, grudges there are pretty similar, that it's never been enforced. There's only one determination ever invoking that clause, etc. But it just shows the direction that there is something to be said about data enrichment, about getting data from brokers behind customers' backs, which is inherently problematic, because what it does is it strips people away of the little control they can have about which information to share with whom. So to say that profiling is bad only when it can have consumer harms, I think is still a very charitable view. There is something to be said about creating customer profiles without customers' knowledge, awareness, and consent, which also needs to be, you need to kind of deal with that question a little bit more. It should not be a foregone conclusion.
Absolutely. Thanks, Benny. Udbhav and then Finn.
Thanks. I think that there are two main points that I wanted to make. The first, on the primary question of transparency, I think that it's a little reductive to treat transparency as something that is only beneficial for users. We actually, a lot of our work have found that the primary benefit of transparency is that you discover bad things that are happening. And experts and researchers who set up entire organizations to do that work need transparency in order to be able to detect bad practices in the first place. So whether it's algorithmic transparency, whether there are so many other fields where this has happened as well, but the primary benefits of transparency are that it's easier for anybody to understand what is happening, and that includes experts who use that information to push for change on behalf of users, right? So it's not just about me as a user knowing the 20 criteria by which I am being targeted with some platforms that you do and some platforms not. There are benefits to that, including whether I'm comfortable or not being able to turn it on and off. But there is a sort of deeper, more systemic transparency that I think laws like the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act in Europe are pushing for, that also goes towards what researchers can do and academics can do and other companies can do in terms of holding the ecosystem accountable, that I think is the true benefit of transparency, really. And that's what leads to, like, it's not just putting information out there, making it available in APIs, making sure it's available in a format that is easy to analyze and utilize. Like, all of those things are fundamental components of transparency. And I think for advertising, we started to see that with political ads during the election cycles post 2016 in the United States, and that's now just spreading to other places as well. And the final point on that is, like, I think it's two-way transparency. There's transparency that is public facing, and then there's transparency within the ecosystem. So one of the ways in which transparency is also important for advertising is letting publishers know how much did other people pay for this word, letting them know that this is the basis upon which the targeting took place, letting them know these are how many people clicked on certain ads, right? And it's one of the most important ways to break the control that large technology platforms have, is by forcing them to share information that makes the people who utilize their services, the advertisers and their publishers, understand business models better. And that's one of the most important ways in which I think reform is taking place in advertising in general. And then there is user-facing transparency, which is essentially, imagine a transparency report, not just for political ads, but for all ads that run, on a particular platform. And that's something that the Digital Markets Act is pushing for, and generally, I think, is like a great requirement that should broadly be followed by as many people as possible. And the second piece is like this broader thing of like users and whether users have the ability to make certain choices or not. I just really do think that just as an example, the reason users click no on the fact that they don't want to be tracked is because they find tracking creepy, right? Like, just because the web for the last 25 years has managed to evolve in this manner where people weren't told what is happening to them and people became, set up multiple trillion-dollar companies for it, is not a reason for it to continue happening. And whether this enforcement is taking place at app stores, whether this enforcement is taking place on extensions at the browser level, it reflects a reality that people are deeply uncomfortable with these practices. And they're like, Facebook has spent a lot of time trying to challenge Apple's ATT, which is app tracking transparency, and like people being able to say yes or no to whether they're being tracked or not. And has contested it, saying that it's bad for small businesses and a bunch of other things. But in practice, like if 97% of the users, when they're asked, hey, if you want to be tracked, are saying no, we don't want to be tracked, like, I don't know what clearer signal of user intent is needed for the space to be able to change and to reform, right? And the moment you're giving people choices to certain practices, they're doing the opposite of what everyone else has done so far. And that puts business models at threat, that puts trillions of dollars at risk. It puts entire economies at risk. So it's something that obviously has taken a lot for the ecosystem to be able to take and absorb, but it is the reality of the future, like that people will be asked whether they want to track or not, and laws and regulations are going to require that taking place, right? Which again brings us back to ways of doing similar things that tracking does without necessarily collecting data and being able to respect user choice, which I think is very clearly the way forward. So things like ATT, at least according to Mozilla's perspective, we campaigned for Apple to enable ATT 2.5 years before they actually enabled it. So it's something that we very actively have pushed for, and we think it's quite worrying that Google hasn't done it yet. That there are ways in which, when Google did do it, it only recently give you the ability to reset your to delete your tracking ID on Android phones. But until some time back, you could only reset it, which meant you were always being tracked, and which is the equivalent of not accepting cookies at all. And those changes are very fundamental. And the final point on just that is it's very easy to just think of Google and Apple as the people who do a lot of this data collection and a lot of these practices, but everybody does this, and it's very important to divert attention not just from the large technology platforms, but to a lot of the other smaller players who are doing equally harmful, if not much more harmful, practices in this space.
That's a great point. And transparency in terms of, for example, incident reporting in heavily regulated areas like financial services, it's mandated. Incidents have to be reported. Earlier, there was a distinction between significant incidents, and a lot of qualitative judgment was being used as to what is significant and what is not. Now every incident has to be reported, which can be considered any kind of cyber incident, etc. And that is obviously in the interest of figuring out, improving the system, and figuring out what has been the potential impact on the user harms that result from it. Finn, you had your hand up. you have a quick point on this?
I'll be very short because a lot of good things have been said, which I agree to. And just also wanted to say about the transparency at an additional level, transparency for whom? And I think we addressed the individual level. And I think Udvar also mentioned a lot of other good points. I think transparency also for regulators is really important, and in transparency for investors. And I think this this need to be mandated by law. We know now companies are not going to be transparent. They'll be transparent about the things they want to be transparent about and hide the things that they want to hide. So, that means, there have to be certain transparency obligations, which also should, restrict companies' abilities to define things as like trade secrets, for example, which makes it impossible for enforcement agencies today to gain access to data sets. So in addition to things also being said, which I completely agree with, I think that's also something that really needs to be addressed so that enforcement agencies can really go in and look at the algorithms and get transparency, but also, for example, investor activism, which I think is also a way to achieve change in this area, but investors need more information as well. So that's just 2 cents on that issue.
Absolutely. Nikhil, I don't know if you have any points to add in on this. And I do want to spend a little bit of time at the end on this law enforcement question on the razor pay kind of example. But so, before that,
Prashant, I think Kiran Gopinath had some points to make. I'll just bring him in. Kiran? I think Kiran seems to have vanished.
Hey, hi.
Hi, Kiran.
Yes, sorry.
Could you just introduce yourself, Kiran? I know you run an advertising and data business. So,
right. So I've spent a lot of my time in Apec, in digital advertising, and I've seen the goods and bads of it. Largely the bads of it. I'm currently starting up a company in data, especially in the ad tech space, where we give the whole concept is to give users a lot more control over what data is being shared and how they can opt out with the local laws and global laws to back up the user to prevent any unnecessary use of the data itself. So I totally agree with some of the points that Udvar made and what Finn made as well. I think they're great points. But when we come to look at what is happening currently, I think that frankly is not the benchmark to look at all. I think we have to look at ways in which what the future can be, and from a very practical point, right? Should we look at accepting that profiling is going to be allowed the way it is currently? I think is not the right way to look at it. I think we have to give explicit consent to users, and the laws in every country need to be tightened around it as well. And if you look at it from a practical standpoint, and I'm talking about this from AdTech, right? And I know the folks in AdTech, some of the most smartest folks in AdTech are unfortunately in the world are in AdTech, right? So you give them some anonymized data, they'll load it up, they can add a couple of more data sets and they'll identify you, right? And that's really how it is. So how do you stop people from gaming it is going to be the bigger challenge going forward. So I think these are all great ideas, but then we'll have to tackle with stuff like how do you prevent device fingerprinting or browser fingerprinting? How do you stop people from taking data and sharing data without any consent or illegally, right? So these are going to be the challenges going forward. But yeah, I think overall great points that are made in the conversation so far.
Just as additional context, Kiran is an old friend, and I think Kiran, you started an ad network or an ad network in India in like 1999, right?
99, 2000, yes.
99, 2000. So he's been in this business for I think longer than many of us have.
Wow. No, great points there, Kiran. Thank you. I think it's just the question of how to quantify some of these things. For example, informed consent. We did discuss this earlier on, but the problem is the level of information which is required to have that informed consent. And of course, I think another point that one of the maybe Udbhav brought up, I think that once you get to the level where it's really clear what all is being done with information that is being retained or tracking, etc., you would have a lot of people simply opting out or saying no. And what does that do to business models which are very dependent on tracking and using that information for selling other products to you, etc. So
yeah, I agree with you. I think the couple of things that should be looked at is that the language in which the communication to the user is made should be very simple. You don't have too much of space on your screen when you're sharing it, especially on mobile phones, right? So, and there is no perfect answer to it at start, right? But you have to start trying something. You have to put it out in simple language. You have to tell them what the purposes are. Probably you have enough space to put, lines of 4 or 5 words each. And that's where it's going to be far more creative to try and explain it, right? And then you can test it out. I think there will be a lot of testing to see as to what messages will actually work. The second point is about the incentives part, right? So if the user is sharing data and companies are monetizing it, there is a very good argument as to why the user is not getting any part of that. So, in fact, California's law, CCPA and CPRA, have a financial law incentives mentioned in the regulation itself, right? Which is very interesting. But I think that's a fair way to say that that's a fair argument to say that the user must be given something in return for the share for any data sharing that happens. So I think there will be ways in which we will have to start on a very practical, from practical standpoint. That when you're talking about explicit consent, how does this work with the user interface and that the user has to deal with. But you have to sort of keep it simple. And if you look at Apple's ATT today, right, where they give you such a broad opt-in or opt-out, which is saying allow app to track or do not allow app to track, but it doesn't give the user enough options to choose as to which company is tracking me and which companies I don't want to track at all. I mean, the opt-in is going to be difficult. There's no question about it. Nobody wants to allow anybody to track. But then if you keep it so broad-based, then the choice is naturally going to move towards an opt-out. So I think the way to deal with it is to figure out a way to have these user interfaces where users can choose a couple of brands that they want personalized services from. And again, like I said, it's a completely UI and UX approach, but that has to be done.
Right. Devapradeep, I'll come to you. I just want to look at the time check.
I just had a little something to add to what Kiran said, Prashant. It's interesting because the aspect that Kiran mentioned where users are being given a choice would probably be a direct opt-out because that's the broad choice that they have. And then if you look at where we are headed, and I think Benny might want to talk a little bit about this in the financial services sector when it comes to sharing of data and profiling, there users will have no option but to opt in. So we have two extremes. On the advertising side, we're moving towards an opt-out, and on a services side, we're moving towards a mandatory opt-in.
Right. Okay, Nikhil, just time check. Are we carrying on a little beyond 6?
We can do another 10 minutes.
Okay, fair enough. Devapradeep, I'll come to you. And then I just want to quickly take up this issue of, data being stored for sharing with government agencies, etc. And how that would, if that were clearly sort of articulated and conveyed, how much of a problem users would have with that. But go ahead, Devbrati.
Sure. So before I address this question, just a couple of quick points on what Kiran was mentioning. So default obviously has to be, it's pretty clear, even in Bhav's line, that it has to be opt-out. So the user intent is very clear that, look, unless we specifically consent to a particular form of tracking, do not do it, right? We spoke also a lot about transparency, but we also have to be mindful of the practical aspects of it when we say that, look, prior to collecting the information, disclose what information you're collecting, how you're, and all of that about informed consent. You have to realize that, look, when you're profiling, you're using advanced systems which have machine learning built into them. You know what their algorithmic logic is today. You might not know what algorithmic logic it will develop tomorrow. You do not also at any point of time know what data sets you're going to have access to tomorrow, which you can then merge and create an additional layer of profiling. So while we all understand that transparency is great and in fact mandatory, from a practical perspective, it's not all that straightforward. On to my last point, look, profiling or targeted advertisements or any of that can only be beneficial for the user if the control is ultimately with the user, not just control with respect to what information you provide, but how that information is processed, right to have that information erased if need be, right to have that information corrected. And I remember in the previous session, we were talking about collecting information or profiling children for the purpose of providing beneficial services to children. We have to be mindful of the fact that, look, these are electronic records which might, for all practical purposes, be immutable, right? That electronic record that you generate for that child today is probably going to be available 20 years down the line for some other agency or some other organization to be able to profile that child who's now an adult, right? So these are things that one has to be mindful of when we sort of develop systems and safeguards to address profiling. Coming to your question on—
No, sorry, I'll just interrupt you. I was just mentioning that I'll ask that question. Let me just frame that properly and just put it to the panel. And Finn, I'll come to you also on that and your comment. So I think question here is that surveillance. Now, arguably this whole advertising and tracking, it's a form of surveillance. The competitors who want to know what you're buying and sell their products to you, etc., etc. But what about when it is actually used by law enforcement? And I mean, a sort of example was the Alt News Razor Pay issue. Although arguably there, the law enforcement agencies wanted to again, arguably, and it's a moot point, check compliance with FCRA, with laws in terms of what was coming in. But, I think it's interesting to ask if I, as a donor to Alt News, knew that, my entire donation history would be shared with the Enforcement Directorate and law enforcement agencies, and then potentially, used in whatever, when it goes part of their permanent record, they don't believe in erasing data, etc. Then what would that actually translate into? So, again, I think, Devbrati, I think you mentioned the ability to erase history. I think that would be pretty interesting. Now, for things like donations and all of that, for payments, I mean, there would be legal mandates in terms of how much, what is the statutory requirement for storage for how many months or years or whatever. But maybe your purchase history, what you're buying, whether you're buying books on aviation accidents or on bomb making or whatever it is, maybe you're buying for totally innocent purposes and you don't want to store that history. So let me come to you, Finn, and then maybe Benny.
Yeah, sorry, I'll try to be very, very brief. Just on the previous point, I will answer the question as well. But just on the previous points on consent, I must just say that we have to, if we're going to talk about individual consent, there's a lot of the thresholds that needs to be met in order to really have that discussion. And we are talking about a ban on manipulative designs. That's like one place to start. Another place to start is really to enforce some, and I do hope that that you have also a data protection law as well in India. I follow that debate is very, very important. But at the same time, we have a data protection law in Europe, and that doesn't mean everything is well in Europe either. So you need a law that is enforceable. because only then can you talk about having informed choice. And I like to compare it to, you go to the store, right? And you hopefully there are some food safety rules that protect us when they go into the store and want to buy some food. We don't have to look at the labels to check if they contain lots of dangerous illegal chemicals. And we need to sort of get there that you can go to the store and you can choose between different products, but you know that the food you buy is safe. And we need to get there in in sort of digital services as well. And then also on top of that, and we cannot reduce this only to an individual issue, because my preference is if I decide to give away my privacy, that might impact my children. For example, if I give away my DNA data to figure out, that has an impact on my family. If I give away my location data, that has an impact on all the people around me. So there's a collective issue relating to profiling and data that needs to be addressed at a higher level than individual. And then on the data on sharing with law enforcement, I think, I work for a consumer organization. We really don't deal with citizen issues. But if I can draw parallel to the private world, that might be deductible to the other side, is companies are being constantly purchased, right, for other purposes. I mean, Fitbit was bought by Google. If I was a Fitbit user, I never consented to Google getting that data. So I do think that we need to build in safeguards, regardless of who can get access to, so that regardless of who gets access to the data in the future, you make it more future-proof and so that make sure that it's in line with basic human rights. So, I mean, data minimization is a very important principle. Data retention, and obviously, as you mentioned, Prasanto, there are legal limitations to certain kinds of data. So I'm not moving into that field, but sort of companies shouldn't really collect more data than they need, and they shouldn't retain it for longer than they need, and they shouldn't share it with other companies, because the risk of data leakage, regardless of how it happens, can be very big, and then the secondary use of the data can have devastating effects for the individuals. Thank you.
Okay, Benny, Udbhav, can I come to you? And I think Finn was saying that companies shouldn't retain data longer than absolutely necessary. But arguably, Amazon, for example, is giving me a service by retaining my entire history of purchases since the beginning of time and telling me that this is what I bought, 15 years ago, and this is what I bought 5 years ago, etc. Without, I don't think it gives me the ability to wipe that clear unless I delete an account and start again. And even then, I don't know if the data is deleted.
Yeah, point well taken, Prashanto. I think there is this gap between the intent of the law and how it's being enforced. And I think that's for, India, we're still kind of a stretch away because we don't even have that law really in place. But I want to quickly kind of echo what Finn has already said. I think working on the consumer side, one thing that we've really seen is that consumers are very discerning when it comes to sharing data, right? So at the start of the panel, I kind of quoted their willingness to share financial information with financial institutions. That number was like about 50% were unwilling to share information with financial institution. If I swap the counterparty and if I say, how willing are you to share your financial information with local government, that unwillingness rises even further. So I think that really the decision that people make to share data is inherently based on, is this data relevant to this entity, and why is this entity asking this data? So then to kind of echo what Finn is saying, counterparties are not replaceable and people's data relations are not fungible that way. So for the government to actually, or for any other party to come in and get that data would not go well with the customer, because they have shared that data in the context of a relationship that they see, right? So I think that's one point. To Nikhil's early point, I'll just kind of wrap it there. That, for financial customers, there doesn't seem to be a choice, because we know the way consent works. It's not modular, it's all or nothing. I have to sign up, I have to give away all my information. Unfortunately, that's the state of affairs right now. We're slightly kind of trying to work on developing a consent format, but that's not what I want to talk about. I just want to bring attention to one study that happened during the pandemic. This was with CGAP and a payments provider called Echo in India. And Echo kind of largely serves the low-income group. And when people were given a choice between a payment remittance option, which required more data points, versus a remittance option which required fewer data points, but the fewer data point remittance option was also costlier, people chose to pay privacy premium. The takeaway that should be is not that privacy should be chargeable, and therefore let's make it a service. Privacy as a service is not a thing that I'm advocating for. But what I'm trying to say is, if there is sufficient competition along privacy lines, then privacy protecting actors will kind of prevail, and there will be a natural flow towards them. So there's a lot that the market can compete for, and therefore we should not really think that, for finance, people would actually end up sharing data, or they would have to. We can challenge that paradigm that exists today to say that people should be given a choice, and those who are giving the choice would actually win a share of the market.
Okay, interesting. And while we won't have time to go deeper into this, but the fact is we are stepping into something called open banking, which is a whole based on this whole collaborative model in which banking data is shared, through APIs automatically between multiple unaffiliated parties with whom you've not signed up anyway. But yeah, you sign an agreement to let them give you services by accessing your data. And similarly, on the medical side, also things may be coming up on that. Unfortunately, don't have time to get into that. I want to just, any last comments from anybody? We have about a minute. So happy to just take any of them very quickly from you.
Just on your point on government requests for data, on the practicality of it, if a user has given his or her personal information to me, there's a legitimate expectation that I will respect that user's right to privacy, even when there's a government request coming in. So if there is a Section 91 notice that comes to me, which asks for personal data, if there's a possibility for me to provide what the 91 notice requires me to provide without disclosing personal data, I should do that, right? But if the 91 notice is very, very specific in asking for personal data, there's only so much wiggle room for a data collector, right? And you have to remember that historically, the only precedence of Section 91 notices being overturned by by courts is when there has not even been an investigation on the basis of which a Section 91 notice is. But in every other case, whether it was overreaching or whether it was a roving or a fishing expedition, Section 91 notices have been upheld historically. So it's difficult for organizations to argue against it. And you have to remember also the Alibaba case where there was sort of action taken by the executive authorities against for turning down a Section 91 request, right? So those are the practicalities that play out on the ground with respect to government requests for data.
Okay, perfect. But I think the summary there is, if there is transparency or let's say the option for users to delete data to the extent permitted by law, which means beyond statutory requirements of preserving payments data, etc., it's likely that a lot of people might at least consider choosing to use it. Okay, and including in this kind of an example of sharing with law enforcement, etc. But that might fall into the statutory requirement place. Okay, any last comment? We are out of time, so I just if anyone wants to make a 10-second final say. If not, then thanks very much. This has been a terrific discussion. I think there's a lot of stuff evolving and about to happen in the months or year ahead in this space. Look forward to staying in touch with you on all of it. Back to you, Nikhil.
Thanks, Prasanto. Thanks, Beni, Devpratan, Finn, and Utpav. This has been quite an intense day one for PrivacyNama. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation that I had today on children and data protection in particular. If you wish to revisit the stream for this discussion, it's on MediaNama's YouTube channel. We'll be there in case you want to watch parts of this conference again. Tomorrow we have 4 very interesting sessions. We'll be joined by 2 data protection regulators, maybe 3, who will talk about how they work with other regulators, amongst other things, including what they see as trends emerging in data protection. We're doing a session with chief privacy officers about how they operate globally and handle multiple jurisdictions. And there's a discussion on privacy versus competition law, something that we were thinking about, and the idea of group privacy and the discussion around group privacy and privacy in groups largely came from a paper and piece that Varunavi wrote for MediaNama. You can go and check that out as well. That should be an interesting conversation. We also have on the 11th a workshop on privacy preserving advertising. So if you'd like to know more about stuff that Ipf in particular talked about today, please do sign up for that. We'll start again at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. Please do join us. We'd like to thank Walmart, Amazon, Meta, Mozilla for their support, as well as CCG at National Law University Delhi, CIS India, and ASCI as our partners. Thank you all for joining in today. Looking forward to tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you all.